What's up, everybody? How's it going? Welcome to the Midnight Channel. This is podcast number 13 of Cafe La Blanc podcast. I do want to thank you so much for everybody for coming in, and I also want to thank the guest of tonight's podcast. So we'll be talking about Persona 5 Strikers, kind of our overall thoughts, feelings, and impressions of the game, and as well as spoilers. So if you haven't played the game, just advise you to be here with caution. So thank you so much for coming, guys. I do want to introduce the guest tonight. Darkfry, thank you so much for coming by. If you want to introduce a little bit about yourself and what you do.
Hello, Darkfry, that's me. Some call me Dark for short, or Fry, whatever you want. You can remove however many letters from Darkfry as you feel comfortable, whatever. I make videos on YouTube.com about game design, about pretty much games that I love. I look at them and I say, why are these games awesome? And then I talk about it. The first video I made was on Persona 4 Golden. And I plan to make a lot more Persona videos. I'm not exactly exclusively a Persona content creator yet. Yeah, I made a new video today, actually, like literally today, and it's doing very well. I'm very proud of that one.
Nice. Well, thank you so much. Please check out his channel. It's gonna be in the description of the podcast of today's podcast. So if you guys want to check out his channel, please check it out. I watched, before I even talked to you, I had seen one of your videos. I'm a huge Bioshock fan, and you did a pretty good Bioshock video that if anyone likes Bioshock, I really, really liked your video, but would you kindly...
yeah.
That was a great video. I like that video.
Yeah, that is not the video, but would you kindly, like, just these words and that moment, I think to it like so often, and it still blows my mind. And it's why it's one of the first things I talked about. Like the three first videos that I made were the things that when I started content creation, I knew I had to talk about them. So that was, would you kindly, the Paper Mario, and the bad ending of Persona 4 Golden, and that's the first things I went for.
Nice.
So yeah, I'm glad you like those.
Yeah, it was a great video. I haven't seen all the Persona 4 video, but I'll definitely check it out later. Well, our other guest tonight, it's also somebody really close to the community, I feel. That's going to be Karasu. Thank you so much for coming by today. You want to tell us a little bit about yourself?
Yes, hello. I'm going to turn my microphone up slightly. Hello. I run multiple Twitter accounts, one of which many of you probably already know about on Twitter. I am one of the admins on the Hee-Ho Bros, mainly the only one. And so, because throw some shade. I also run
That's generous of you.
a gimmick account of Find SMT5. And of course, I have my own personal account. Woo. So on those accounts, I've been running Hee-Ho Bros for just about its inception back in September of last year. What it does, if you don't know what it is, essentially it's just a massive community page. You can send in fan art and all that. It can get more exposure. It's essentially just a community hub for Persona and SMT. So, because of that, due to some things that happened in the beginning, people couldn't really dedicate much time to the account, so I had to kind of step in and work overload. And then I still need to do that today. I began this like train back when I made my main thing is making calendars for each month, and each day has a dedicated thing. For example, a let me pull a random one from March 2021. I have certain days dedicated to certain things on, in the community. For example, tomorrow the account will discuss Persona 5 Strikers and allow all spoilers to be posted. On the
Nice.
19th, we will be discussing the Velvet Room, its residents, all that. So it's mostly a place to kind of talk about your interests, what interests you about the community. And my other account, Find SMT5, is me bitching about Shin Megami Tensei 5 not being released yet.
Yeah.
And that's the joke. I started it.
Now I have to ask because of the tradition here in this channel. Are you a 2021 boy or a 2022 boy?
For the release date?
Yeah.
I want to believe it'll be late 2021. That's my hope, but it could be 2022. I think 2021 is more likely.
It's more yeah.
Yeah, we'll see. Like, hopefully, we'll see at the concert that's happening in what?
Honestly,
8 days?
I feel like the concert's really gonna be like the turning point, whether it's gonna be 2021 or 2022. Because after the concert, how many other events does Atlas have that doesn't involve Persona? Because this is also a 25th anniversary for Persona, so I'm kind of like, it really just depends how they approach this, and they've been so radio silent about it that I feel like just even a small comment will just go a long way. But yeah, speaking and having a little comment, let's go ahead and just kind of talk about a little bit of the history of Persona 5 Strikers, which came out over a year ago in Japan as Persona 5 Scramble.
I neglected to mention part of my backstory.
Oh, yeah, go ahead.
Some of you, during the wait for Strikers, may have remember an account by the name of P5S Translation or Localized P5S.
Right, I remember that.
I was also an admin on that account.
Wow, that was you?
Yeah, that was, like one of it's complicated, but yes.
I was seeing that shit daily.
Yeah, right. I remember seeing all those posts about it. And
It was
everything
incredible.
Too. I'm like, oh, it's nice that you mentioned it.
Yeah, like
Right.
I made an image for those who weren't there, who don't know, who don't follow Twitter. Be thankful. I made an image every single day counting up the days since certain events. So for instance, if I pull out my most recent one after the game release, I can give you detailed statistics on each event from Persona 5 Scramble's history. For example, on February 22nd, the release date, or February 23rd, whatever, the release day for Persona 5 Strikers, it was 668 days since the Japanese reveal trailer, 369, nice, since the Japanese release, 249 since the Korea/Chinese release, and 75 days since the West reveal. And I was counting down those days for over a year. And I kind of want to die. But,
Wow.
you see what it is. See how it is.
Oh, no, definitely. And I was one of those people that, opposed to other people, I had already played Persona 5 Strikers, so I wasn't, although I was kind of like on the train of like, oh, where's Persona 5 Strikers, I was kind of like, yeah, I already played the game, it was pretty good, but I want to hear everybody, I want to see everybody, like, what is everybody's impressions on the game and everything. I was just so curious because I didn't have any communication with other people about it. Like, it was just basically me. Like, I knew very few people that had played the game, and even them, I wasn't like actively like talking about it. Like, I wasn't like, oh, what do you think about the spoilers on this and that? I wasn't trying to do that just for, to avoid actually spoiling some people. So for like almost a year, I was like holding on to all my thoughts about it. I was like, man, whenever Persona 5 Strikers come out, I have so many stuff to talk about. So that was kind of me. What about you guys? Sorry, go ahead.
In this podcast, a year's worth of pent up thoughts will unload.
Exactly. It was
Okay,
like,
I feel like I should
well-
ask what platform you guys played on.
Okay,
that's a
by the
great way
way-
to ask. Yeah, go ahead.
I played on PS5,
Okay.
and it was great. Very, very. It played awesome, obviously. But I just want to say that my history with strikers is probably the exact opposite of you two, because I do this thing where if there's a game that I'm really excited for and I know I'm gonna buy and play like on release pretty much, I avoid everything about it. I was avoiding any Persona 5 Strikers information like the plague, including trailers. I did not watch trailers.
That's impressive.
Yeah, that's
And-
very impressive.
And I legit did not know anything going into this game.
That's
Anything.
cool.
I
That's
actually did not know anything either. I somehow avoided all spoilers, even though I kept up that localized P5S train. going.
interesting.
Well, yeah, but didn't
Uh,
you play it?
No.
Didn't you play it? Didn't you play the Japanese version?
I did not.
Wow, that is very impressive. That is very impressive.
Yeah.
Also, like I know now that like a lot of things were shown in the trailer, like the boss fight where you fight 1-on-1 against yourself.
Yeah,
it was actually really masterfully edited because you don't know what's going on. Actually, I was the one person reacting, and like I was waking up at 5 in the morning, Japanese time. So I will get like as soon as they released a new trailer, I will be waking up in the morning and like reacting to the new trailers and like commenting on it, translating them. I was like actively like doing all this stuff about the scramble trailers and everything. And what they do is they show Joker, but it's like a transition, so you don't know whether it's Joker or somebody else. You just see Joker with orange hair, and they just kind
Yeah.
of like cut off a little bit of it. What they did spoil though is Senkichi completely. Like Senkichi wasn't even like
Hidden.
hidden at all. Like he's on the opening scene and the trailers. They
Well, yeah,
showcase pretty much all of the boss battles. Every single boss battle is except for like the very last one. It's in the trailers in some kind of capacity. I was like,
Oh, wow.
Yeah, every single one of them. I thought at first I thought it was only like the first three, but I started going back and watching the trailers, and I was like, no, they literally showcased every boss in the game except for obviously Emma, the last one. But everybody
Denver.
else, like everybody else is just in the trailer somehow. Even man, I forgot his name. Akira, he's also there. Which obviously you don't know. You know, they show like the boss version of him, not their human version. I guess their shadow version, you can call him. But still, I was very shocked how much spoilery those trailers were, because it really had a lot of that stuff. I was like, wow, that's.
I don't feel like, especially the trailers recently, Atlas in general have not been very secretive about many things in their games besides the big twists. You know, they're not very secretive about those things, like
Yeah, I
about
hate
main gameplay things. For example, like like Sophia not having a persona, like in all of her skills having a question mark. That
was
not
awesome.
it's not that's not explained, but that's kept through. That is like one of the two secrets in game. Ichinose's betrayal is
Honestly,
also
I wasn't
hidden.
like I was not surprised about any of the twists. This game was like 100% predictable. I played the game in Japanese, mind you. I don't speak much Japanese, so whatever could have been hidden would have been hidden from me, and I was still not shocked about any of the betrayals or any of the twists or any of the in the game. I was like, yeah, that's 100% what I thought. So I was like, I don't know why. I don't know if it's because I played every Persona game, and I was like, I don't know. This I'm trying to catch on with all these twists. It's just really hard for me to get shocked in any Persona game.
Yeah,
Like Persona,
at first,
Persona
sorry.
5. Persona 5 like didn't. The twist didn't get me either. So like, I don't know. I guess it's just too predictable for me at this point.
One thing I noticed with Strikers is that it broke the mold with character, kind of.
And
Because,
we'll
like-
get to that before we even jump into that. Let's kind of, because that is something that we'll discuss more in detail here. But I do agree with that point here. So before you guys playing the game, what was your impressions as far as the game? If you guys
Before playing the game?
yeah, before playing the game, like. I know, for example, some people were really worried about it being a Warriors game. And even myself, for example, that was one of my biggest things for me is I don't like Warriors games or Musu games or whatever you guys want to call it. I'm not into them at all. So when they announced this game, I was actually really pissed. I was like, oh, fuck this game. I don't want to play it. It's a Persona Warriors games, and I don't like the gameplay or anything like that. But once I played the game, it really like changed my mind about it. Like I played the demo, and I was like, "Oh, the game is like much better than expected." And then once I played the entire game, I was like, "Oh wow, this game is barely Muso. Like I wouldn't even
Yeah.
call it a Muso game at all." So
That's-
when you heard the game, what was your first impressions?
That's what I
think-
was. That's what I was gonna say. Because the reason it changed your mind is because it's not a Muso game. It's not a Warriors game. Like pretty much at all. It just it's kind of like just a beat 'em up with warrior-ish elements. Like I was expecting it to be like sort of like Hyrule Warriors, where it's a Warriors game but with a Zelda skin.
Yeah,
You know, I was
yeah,
I was
that's
expecting
exactly
this
what I
to
was
be-
thinking. Yeah.
I was expecting this to be a Warriors game but with Persona characters.
Yeah, I was
It is
thinking of
not
like
that.
the Fire Emblem game they did a while ago.
Fire Emblem Warriors. It's
Yeah,
a pretty good game.
that's what I was thinking that it was gonna be like. Exactly kind of like that,
No.
but it's not at all, and it really shocked me. But I'm sorry about
Incredible.
Karasu. I think he wanted to say something about it. What was your impression about like when you heard about it? What was your thoughts on it?
I my main issue, I didn't really take an issue to it except for the fact that I just didn't know how the persona aspects would be translated into a Mitsuo or Mitsuo, however you want to pronounce it. I believe it's Mitsuo, but that's just me. A warrior style game because for example, taking something like Zelda, which is like at Breath of the Wild. Let's see, when did Hyrule Warriors game come out? That was before Breath of the Wild, I'm pretty sure.
The first one, yeah,
Very-
it was before, way before.
Yeah, but either way,
Very
at that
much
time,
before.
At that time, you know, Zelda was already an RPG, not a non-turn-based RPG. You know, an action adventure game. You know, so I think it was much easier to translate Zelda into Warriors style of combat, but taking a turn-based JRPG like Persona, like a bloody 100 plus hour long experience, and crunching it down to just a warrior style spin-off game. That was my main concern of if they would like, you know, mess it up or anything like that. So and I'll get to my thoughts and feelings on it later, but I think I wasn't worried. I was just concerned.
It was definitely a concern, right? There's definitely a line between what your expectations will be in a game like this and what it's actually going to turn out to be. I think that was my biggest thing for me. It's like, well, is this gonna suck or not? Like that's I'm like, very direct about it. I expected the game to suck a little bit. I didn't expect it to be. Let's be honest. Not all Persona spin-offs are good. Like it's a mixed bag. Like I don't like the dancing games. I know some people do. King, one of my friends, he's like super into the dancing games. I'm just not. I don't like the rhythm games. I'm not into them. So I was like, I don't know where this game is gonna fall as far as like whether this is gonna be good or not. So that was like my whole big concern. I was like, is this gonna suck or not? But
Yeah, my
yeah,
my initial impressions were can be summed up in literally 2 words, like three. Odd decision. Odd decision to
To do
making this game. Odd
Again.
decision.
Yeah, make this game a game.
And then making this game, announcing it as a Warriors game, because that's what they did. They announced it sort of like a Muso game.
yeah. The
Because that's what everyone thought it
original
was.
advertisement in Japan was pretty much as a Musou game. The first trailer really didn't portray like the gameplay well. It was just Joker just mashing away waves of enemies. As soon as I saw it, I was like, I'm gonna hate this game. When I saw that very first trailer in the first Japanese trailer, that was my first impression. I was like, this is a Warriors game, so I'm just not gonna be into it. That was very much my first thoughts on that. But moving on to a whole year after a whole bunch of delays and non-communication from Atlas Parts as far as like what's going on with this game, finally the game released. I want to ask you guys a question before we even jump into the actual story and your experience with the game. What did you guys think of this thing that Atlas did when it came to releasing this game the way they did in the West? Being that we waited a whole year, but you could pay an extra $10 or I don't remember $15 if you wanted to play it early as a deluxe edition. What do you guys feel about that?
Pardon me here, but I think that is just absolutely fucking stupid. Like, I don't like that decision at all, personally, because because Atlas has never really, it's not never, but like recently, all the like Persona 5 Royal, look, if you look at the DLC for that game, you have the DLC personas, you have the costumes, and then you have the Kasumi outfits. There's maybe more, but those were the three main ones. To knock off the list there, the personas were just flat out overpowered. Like, they you buy them and you break the game. That's what they were used for.
Right,
for
yeah.
people who weren't good enough at Persona 5 Royal. Don't know how you're bad at that game.
It's really hard to be bad at that game, I think.
Some people manage.
Yeah.
Oh, we don't talk about those people. Second one was was the music, or it was some other one. I forget what it was, but the main one I want to really hone in on is the Kasumi outfits. You have her for one palace to use all those costumes, and the price on the DLC was like the price of Persona 5, the original game. That was a start, not even a start. It was part of the downward trend of DLC that Atlas has had, and I feel now locking a game behind locking the game behind a 4-day, I think it was 4 days, a 4-day paywall essentially to play it early.
Yeah.
It's one, it incentivizes pre-orders, which in general are never really wanted.
Yeah, encouraged. Yeah, I would encourage that. To me, honestly, it just felt like a kick in the balls. I was like, you waited a whole year for this game? Oh, you want it 4 days earlier? Pay up.
Yeah, and if you look at the... what else did you get in the deluxe edition? I'm going
Um,
to check this up while you.
I can tell you
discuss.
guys. I bought it,
Oh,
so I can tell you guys.
I bought it as well.
So you get the art book, well, the digital art book and the digital soundtrack, and some.
Ooh.
Who? Yeah, exactly. And then you get the all the DLC that they did for it, which is the music and some items and some PP points. Which, by the way, that's a terrible translation too. Who in Atlas thought PP points was like the
The same people who thought PP was a good thing for XP in Dead Rising.
They, yeah, they knew what they were doing.
Oh man, Dark, did you buy the regular edition of the game, or did you went for the deluxe edition to play it 4 days earlier?
I didn't play it 4 days earlier. I bought it physical.
Oh yeah, yeah. You were in the physical camp when it comes to trying to get that metal case, a steel case.
I have my
Fiasco?
own things to say about that
Did
as
you?
well.
Did you?
Okay. I was disappointed because I bought it physical, but I did pre-order it, and the store I pre-ordered it from on the page when I pre-ordered it said that limited edition comes with steelbook. But then they announced that the steelbook was gonna be exclusive to like what fucking GameStop or whatever.
Best Buy.
Best Buy. Okay. And then the game came with no steelbook, and I was very excited to have the Persona 5 trilogy of steelbooks, but alas, it did not happen.
Yeah,
But oh well.
I think that was terrible. The whole situation behind the steelbook is a whole paradox of a clusterfuck of bad planning. I feel like the whole situation with like. First of all, they announced a Switch only steelbook, and then they went back on it and they changed it for PS4 as well. Then people pre-ordered them. I didn't get them. I actually didn't get my PS4 steelbook. I only got the Switch version of it, which I just returned again. I was like, I already have a digital. I only bought the physical game so I can get the steelbook. There's no wait. First of all, I already own the game in Japanese. I have it in Chinese, the collector's edition, and I have the English version for PC and then for Switch, and then I bought it for the deluxe edition. So having a 6th version of the game that I bought only for the steelbook, only so that the Best Buy couldn't deliver on it, I was pretty fucking annoyed at that point. So
That's a lot.
yeah, it's a lot, right? So at that point, I was just like, let me just return this. Like, if you're not gonna honor your pre-order bonus, then I don't want it. I first of all didn't even need it. I only bought it because I thought I was gonna get it and I didn't get it. So, all right, forget it. So I returned it. I was like, and I actually returned the PC version, which I don't know why. I have a pretty good PC. It runs everything at 4K 60 FPS, but this game kept crashing on me so much in an hour, in just one hour of gameplay.
Yeah, that is one thing I really want to talk about because I am a huge decompiler and modder fanatic. So I can tell you some of the reasons why, and once you hear them, they will be bloody awful.
Well, I have my own tier. Obviously, the Novo is partially responsible for this, but I also want to say Atlas games are horribly optimized for PC. They're just not even optimized right. Because games like Persona 4 Golden that should be running on most computers don't even run on most computers. It's a PlayStation 2 game. I don't see why it shouldn't be on some smaller computers. But the requirements for Persona 4 Golden are ridiculous. I'm like, why?
Okay. About that. Okay, I have really found many issues with Golden, but with Strikers, the PC edition of Strikers, even now, I honestly believe the current way it is right now is unacceptable. Like, if you are planning to buy the if you're planning to buy Persona 5 Strikers, don't get the PC edition. I am begging you, do not get the PC edition. It is that
Begging.
bad, honestly.
Yeah, the day came out or a day later, I just put out a quick video. I was like, buyer beware. There's some issues with the PC version. And you know what? What kind of pisses me off a little bit is a lot of people try to discredit me with like, well, I'm not having any issues. And I'm like, okay, that is fantastic. But I experienced a really bad like port of the game. I had a lot of really bad issues with it. So like, I get that you didn't, but in my eyes, I had a lot of issues with it. You know, I can't just overlook that and be like, well, some people didn't, so therefore this shouldn't be a problem. You know, you can still validate that. It's like the whole thing with what was it, Cyberpunk 2077.
Like that's a whole different can of worms you don't want to
Yeah,
open.
you know, like I played the game on the PS5 and had no issues. Like I played the game from beginning to the end. It maybe crashed like 3 or 4 times, but I had like no bugs or anything like that. And I can't be like, well, the game has no bugs because I put it on PC and the game is unplayable. You know, like. Like I get it. The game had a lot of issues, but just going and discrediting people because you didn't experience any bugs, it just doesn't even make any sense to me. I'm like, okay, well, you can tell whatever you want, but at the end of the day, other people had other experiences, you know.
Yep.
Because yeah, again, some people were just like, well, I didn't have any issues, and I'm like, well, I did. Okay, so I'm glad you didn't have any issues, but I did. But yeah, I think we're gonna move on from that because I don't want to dwell too much on the bad.
I
finish
do
your
want to
thoughts
dwell on
before
the
you-
bad. I think, personally, I think it's very important to talk about the shortcomings of the game because, like, I have a bullet point list of every problem I encountered
On the PC version.
PC
on the
version?
PC version.
I'm very interested to hear the specifics of what you found, like
I can
for the PC.
I can go into some of them. So,
Yeah, do that.
if you boot up the game on borderless windowed or full screen, the game can infinitely load, causing you to have to go into the graphics.ini file within the game files, change a setting to, I think it was like negative of 12, save it, mark it as read only, then you can play the game again, or you can uninstall it and reinstall it.
Wow.
If you go into the Velvet Room, go out, go back in, or do something like that, go into the van, go back out, go back in, just, trigger a bunch of events, cutscenes in a short amount of time, the game crashes.
Yep. Yep.
Performance, game performance is just bad across the board.
Yeah, the frame dropping so badly out of nowhere too.
For some reason, this game especially, as the longer you play, the less FPS you'll get. Like on first boot, you'll get like maybe a constant 60 FPS if you're lucky, but after like 30, not 30 hours, but after like 3 hours, the same exact spot, you'll get like maybe half your frame rate. Very, very important one. After the Kyoto jail boss, the game will permanently soft lock after beating the boss of Shadow Joker, or whatever you want to call him.
What?
The game will permanently soft lock unless your graphics drivers are below version 460.79. And if they're above that, the game will fade to a black screen and it will soft lock. It will infinitely load. There is nothing you can do about it except for roll back your drivers. Anti-aliasing in the game is applied on the screen layer. So that means the text is also made to look anti-aliased. So that's why the text on the PC version looks really crusty and like, weird. That's because of anti-aliasing. The shadows in the game, if you have them on high, they can just cut your frame rate to maybe single digits. And if you turn it back on to medium, it shoots back up to 60. It's one of the worst ports of a game I've ever played in my life. And I really, really hate this port, if you can't tell.
Wow. Wow.
It's just-
I'm having this crazy flashback right now to when I picked up the game on PS5. I got it and was like so excited to play it. I sent a picture of the copy I owned to a friend of mine. And he said, "Dude, it's on Steam. Why didn't you just buy it on Steam?" I was like, "Cause I prefer playing on console."
Dodge the
On
bullet,
console,
brother.
dude. It's like
Oh.
I got this beastly ass PS5. I can play it with the beastly ass controller. And I'm just gonna, and plus I wanted it physical.
Yeah.
And
That's one thing that
and yeah,
bothers me about buying in PC, right? It's just you're never
Yeah.
gonna get physical. I think the only physical that I have is Sekiro.
I have a physical version of a Lord of the Rings game that comes on 6 discs.
Oh man, that was the days, right?
Yeah.
I will say one thing that bothers me is the PS4 Pro version has no anti-aliasing, which is the
None?
version. No, it bothers me because it looks so bad on 4K. Uh, especially I don't know how Darkfry felt about it, but I was literally in playing the entire game on my PC. Well, I had my PS5 plugged onto my PC to stream it and everything, so I was really close to the 4K, and the anti-aliasing was missing, and it looks so horribly bad at times. I was like, why does it look so bad? It almost looked pixelated. Like you can tell the game was not made for 4K. I don't know if it's the engine itself or something, but something just looked really off in the version.
I don't.
Now when it looks good, it looks good. But when it looks bad, it's really apparent that there's no anti-aliasing in the PS4 Pro version. The PS4 vanilla version, the original one, does have anti-aliasing, but the Pro version doesn't. Is the 4K thing, I think.
I personally, I think the game looks better without anti-aliasing, at least on the PC version, because the way they did the anti-aliasing was, again, the entire screen gets anti-alias.
Included, yeah, you were saying with the text and everything, and
Yeah,
I've seen
the
that too. Yeah,
That makes the text like really hard to read. So, text is pretty important to read. So I think PS4 Pro might have gotten the better end of the deal there.
yeah.
Wow.
Yeah,
Nice.
we'll see. Although the Switch version obviously looks as
God.
good. We're not even gonna talk about the version. Yeah, I played all of them. In fact, I'm literally playing the Switch version now because I started again after finishing the game again. I was like, oh, you know what? I want to play the
Are
game.
Are you playing it right now?
Yeah.
Way to double task.
I can double task. It's one of those
Okay.
things. I'm so used to talking while I'm streaming. I'm already kind of like in an automatic mode where I'm talking and I'm streaming and I'm doing stuff and everything. So like my brain does that all the time when I'm just like, oh, it's fine.
If you would really like to know what I'm doing, I'm currently doing real estate in Yakuza 0, so I have time.
Yakuza 0. You know what game? Yakuza 7. The Like a Dragon.
Oh god.
I love the mini game that they did in that game with you have a company and
yeah,
you
the Ichiban's confections and
Yeah,
Ichiban
yeah.
Don't
buildings.
you mean dragon like a yakuza?
Okay,
it's
the
a
reference
funny,
to-
That's the game I know.
Sorry.
Or is it a movie? It's a movie.
it's a funny thing because the games in Japanese are like a dragon. That's the name.
Yeah.
That's the name of the games.
Ryuga Gotoku.
Yeah, which is really funny that they did that pun. The Japanese game did not make that game that
Reference.
reference, which kind of made me sad a little bit. I went back to my original stream when I did it in Japanese, and I just looked it up, and I was like, no, it's not. They don't make the reference. They make a reference to a different movie.
I think I really like the fan service that Strikers did. Not
Yeah.
that kind of fan service, but like the
The fan service for like references and
Yeah.
Easter eggs and that kind of stuff.
For
Yeah.
even past games, like that's what I mentioned with breaking the mold of so like who was the twist villain in Persona 4?
Should we talk
yeah.
about spoilers on that? I was like, I don't know if people are okay, sign up
Well,
for that.
you're Persona 5 Striker spoilers. You're in for the long haul. Persona 5's twist villain, Akechi. Persona 5 Strikers has a police detective named Zenkichi. he ticks almost all the boxes, and I think, and he did kind of betray the group, but like, I find it quite amusing that they actually decided to make him a full blown party member and actually, make him a cool dude.
Yeah,
The coolest dad.
and we'll talk about the characters in a second because I have a lot to say about characters. But this game honestly surprised me in like other ways besides the gameplay. The story, it's not the story itself, but the characters are really well written. Like it gave so much more development to previous characters like Haru or even Anne that had a pretty like her story just kind of ended after the first dungeon or
Yeah, that
or
kinda sucked.
so Anne really had like having her kind of have a more important role in like the first part of the game. I was like, yeah, she's never been my favorite character, but I like that she kind of had like a more active role in at least in the beginning, and everybody just kind of solidify into a particular role in the game. Because let's be honest, Persona 5 had an issue with when it comes to introducing characters, because it didn't let certain characters solidify into any particular role. Like, what was Anne in Persona 5? Just a groupie. She was just there. Like, after the first game, she really didn't have a particular role. You have somebody like Futaba, who is obviously the hacker Navi of the game, and then you have
The door
Makoto,
opener.
who is and Makoto, who is basically like the I mean, I don't know, the tactician, I guess if you wanna strategist, if you wanna say it,
Brains.
the brains, as
Brain.
she called herself at some point. Uh, and then you have characters like Haru, Ryuji, Yusuke. Like, what are the roles other than just being there and maybe have like a one-liners every once in a while? And then Ryuji is there to make Morgana less annoying.
I've
God.
seen a tweet. I've seen a tweet that was like about Persona 5's flaws, according to that person, and how to fix them. And at some point, they went like, "Okay, remove Yusuke," and I was like, "Whoa!"
I was like, yeah,
I
I
think I
remember
saw
seeing that. Yeah,
Like I've heard a lot of criticisms of Persona 5 and like how to make it better, but remove Yusuke was a new one.
yeah. I mean, like, and, in some aspects, I will kind of understand. Like, if I were to remake an Persona 5, I will take out a lot of these additional characters, and not because I don't like them. Like, Yusuke had a important role as some part of the story, but the problem with Persona 5 is that it introduces characters so they can become your teammates, but they don't really do anything with them. And that's a big difference between Persona 5 and Persona 5 Royal, because Persona 5 Royal focused more on like the new characters kind of becoming relevant in some kind of way, like Kasumi or Maruki. They just play such an important role in the game that even without knowing, you're kind of like, the game just kind of gears towards that. But I feel like I should have done is what Strikers is, which is they gave a more relevant role. Everybody kind of solidify into a role more than just the previous game. It gave them more to say and more to do. Like, there was a part in this game, in Strikers, where Yusuke has this whole line about, what he went through and his mother and everything. I was like, yeah, you can see Yusuke has like matured a little bit and kind of like grown from his experience and kind of learned from that and everything. 'Cause
Yeah.
you can really tell that I forgot his name. What was this asshole's name?
the whole
Madarame.
scene where Yusuke
the writer.
gets Natsume's keyword.
Oh,
Yeah, that part. Yeah,
where
that
they
whole
where
scene.
they storm the party of his celebration for 1 million, and Yusuke is like, I'm gonna go talk to him to get the keyword, and then he goes, pretends to be a fan, and then just fucking serves.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, exactly.
With this amazing moment that I just saw, and I was like, oh, I'm gonna need a moment.
Yeah, that was such a good moment of kind of like,
And it
yeah,
had a
you know,
lot of those.
yeah, and he had
This game.
and that's what I liked about this game so much, because it really just kind of brought moments from the previous game, but gave them a little bit more of development, or more time to kind of like actual development on the characters. Because like I said, the first game did a good job of kind of introducing them, but they don't really do anything with them. But this game kind of makes them important to like a particular part of the story, and I like that a lot. I feel like that was a good way to make them more relevant. In general, I just felt like, yeah, that's a good way to do it. But let me ask you guys, as far as like story, what did you guys think about the story overall? Like, if you were to compare it to previous Persona stories, or just by itself.
Okay, I obviously almost all Persona games have some sort of like hidden underlying political agenda. I'd say it's one thing, and well, maybe not all, but like this game really hammered something home. In terms of like, if you look deep into it, you can see like, you know, looking at phone bad is one thing I've seen people criticize the story for, is kind of hyper focusing on that. And I, especially near the very end of the game, after, you know, Siri becomes a god.
Okay.
we can discuss that, because I do want to talk about that more too.
Right, but I overall the story, even besides like what you think about if it has some sort of agenda or not, I personally just really like the idea of just the characters going out on an adventure all across Japan, and you know, their adventures in between every the scenes where you're just driving to another city. I really love those scenes. Like,
yeah, I like that
fleshed
a
out
lot
characters.
too. Yeah,
They-
just having the little conversations, or even
The
like
best.
Haru just being a crazy driver.
Okay, can we? I'm gonna take this opportunity to talk about literally the best part of the game.
Uh-oh.
Okay, in my opinion.
All right, go for it.
When at some point to go to Kyoto, is it?
Kyoto.
Yeah, Zenkichi is driving,
Right.
and there's this whole conversation with Makoto,
Oh, right.
between Makoto and Zenkichi about Makoto asks what it's like being on the force, and how is the job like? Do you enjoy it? Is it hard? And then Zenkichi realizes that sort of pieces together a bit of Makoto's background, realizes what kind of person Makoto is, and then turns the tables and asks her questions about, but personal questions about her family, with her father being a cop and her wanting to be a cop, and how she felt about her dad not being home, which then leads into you finding out about Zenkichi's, you know, personal stuff. And that conversation
We're
is
completely
literally
spoilers
the
here,
best
so
part.
you can
That
100% bring
conversation.
that. You can talk about
What?
her daughter.
Yeah.
Sorry, go ahead.
Yeah, that conversation, literally the best part of the game. Like, when it happened, I was just like, man, that was great.
I think the story has
yeah.
a bunch of little moments like, you
Yeah.
know, that allow.
Yeah, it has a bunch of those.
Yeah.
But that's the one that stands out to me a lot.
Yeah, obviously, but like I think I think one thing that Strikers has over Royal or 5, if you just compare the Persona 5 stories, is that they have much more opportunities for the entire Phantom Thieves to bond instead of just 3 people.
And that was one thing that I actually, whenever I play Persona 5 or Royal, I always kind of came back to Persona 4 Golden. Because Persona 4 Golden has a lot of what I call the good Persona moments. That's kind of like my phrase for it. It's just like that moment where the characters are kind of interacting with each other. Because one thing that I like about the Persona games is they have really good character interaction. Like the characters play off of each other pretty well, and they have like these small like conversations or whatever.
They're like friends.
Yeah, exactly. But Persona 5 or Persona 5 Royal, although they do have some of those moments, they don't really kind of pan out well. Like there's like far few in between of those, and Persona 5 Strikers just has so many of those good moments where they kind of have like a little bit of story, but then a little bit of hanging out and doing something. Like when they go to Tenkichi's house and they're cooking with the daughter, and like they're talking about, and they gave so much character development to Makoto, which they really needed it as well. And she's just kind of like talking about her father and about herself, kind of like in continuation from what Darkfry was talking about. They just gave her like so much more to like relate to somebody, and that game kind of did that with every character, or like these most characters. Well, there's a point where everybody kind of relates to somebody, and they get that additional character development that they needed. I can't think of anybody that didn't. Maybe probably Ryuji, but yeah, was Ryuji the only one that didn't really get like a chance to kind of?
You can't improve perfection.
Yeah,
I think he did during his little outburst in the Okinawa jail.
Yeah, I think that was the one time where he kind of like had that additional kind of moment.
And of course the memes came. Ryuji said "fuck, guys." All that.
That was like the main point everybody focused on. But did you see Ryuji?
Oh yeah, that was the point.
That was that
Yeah,
point.
but like I feel that scene's often over memed to the point. It's like, yes, Ryuji did say "fuck."
But why did he say? Why did he say that?
Why did he? Like, yeah, there's there's something more to than just like blasting out a swear word every now and then. Like, I think Ryuji, finally breaking and screaming at what even like at whatever was, I forget what was exactly. What.
It was Emma.
It was Emma.
Yeah, it was Emma.
Mm-hmm.
At Emma for screaming at Sophia, and that can show his character, like, as a really good friend. He made a friend in Sophie, and so that further just exemplifies his character as like someone who is tough and will stand up for you.
Right, yeah. I was telling that to somebody the other day because they were like, "Oh, Ryuji's really brash," and I'm like, "Yeah, but he's loyal. Like out of the whole party of the Phantom Thieves, if there's like one person that'll say kind of like he's always gonna have my back, is Ryuji. He's like the one dude that he'll go to the jail for you. Like I don't know, he just gives me that impression." Oh man, but yeah, no, I really like the way that they did it because they did allow for more character development for everybody. So the new characters, I have a lot to say about the new characters, so we're gonna move on from that. Unless you guys have any final thoughts on story, we'll talk more about endings and everything in a second. But did you guys have any overall thoughts on? We'll talk about endings.
Awesome. Okay.
But did you guys have
then I have nothing more.
Nothing more to say, Karasu? Anything else on?
I would not say so.
Okay, all right. So as far as the characters, obviously, we just talked about the different characters getting some character development. I want to say that before we even go into the new characters, Joker had some interesting development here. I wouldn't even call it development. I don't know what to call it, but he was more of a character in this game than the previous game. He had like more agency as far as like where the story goes, because he had like more to say, more decisions, if you want to say it. Although the story obviously as a main character.
I'm sorry to cut you off, but like he's already known as like the leader of the Phantom Thieves.
Right,
So
exactly.
more people are willing to, instead of like to the new people who are like, oh, I'm supposed to be listening to this guy.
Right, and this game just really just kind of hammered the idea of like he's the decision maker, even though
Yeah.
obviously the illusion of decision making in this game is a paradox itself. It doesn't matter what you choose, the game's still literally driving you through this story. But I do appreciate kind of that it makes the character feel more like he's making the decisions and he's taking the team somewhere and doing stuff like that. I really appreciated that a lot. I feel like the previous game, the way that it works usually is like somebody in the team has an idea, and they mention it, and you kind of have the final say. But in this game, just kind of hammer more of the idea of like, okay, he's the leader, and he's doing stuff and everything. So
There's also the more dialogue, like the more fleshed out dialogue options I think Joker has in
Would you like to
Strikers.
say yes or of course?
Well, yeah, that was like Persona 5, but like in Strikers, you have like yes, but sarcastic, and also just no. Like you can
Right,
just flat out you
yeah.
can say no to something, but obviously it doesn't matter. It's like,
Exactly,
no,
yeah.
no, you're dumb. Listen to us.
right, there are times where you can just say straight up no. Like I believe there's a few points where you kind of feel that way. Senkichi, when he kind of offers you that deal, you can straight up say no. I don't agree to that. And there's some points where you can choose to say the way you want to approach things. And I like that. I appreciated those moments because he does feel like a more main character, kind of opposed to just kind of being like a blank slate. He does feel like they're kind of trying to flesh out the character, although it's still not at the point of somebody like Narukami from Persona 4 Golden. He had way too much additional stuff. If you want to say these characters just had a little bit, I don't know. You can disagree with that, but I feel like he had enough in this game, at least in my eyes. What do you feel about that?
Yeah, definitely.
If we're talking golden, then yes.
Yeah, I'm
I
talking.
definitely do
agree.
think,
Yeah,
like, personally, I don't like you that much, but that's just
Rude.
me. I don't like. Yeah, screw you.
Rude, Karasu, to just say that to his face.
Yeah, but either way, but like, I don't like his hairstyle.
you like his hairstyle? Really interesting.
I hate it. He looks old.
He is an old man.
Yeah, but that's beside the point.
No, I
Okay.
just mean that the previous game allowed Narukami to have like this outgoing personality and everything like that.
Yeah, but you didn't really have a choice in the matter.
Yeah, but it was written that way.
Yeah.
But Joker had more like a blank slate kind of personality on Persona 5. And this game kind of just solidified that more leader, making choice decisions, and with this odd sense of justice, which I guess I want to talk about too in a second. Because this game does what Royal did in a different way, where they really challenged your beliefs and your justice, what you believe to be right or wrong. Because in this game, like what you think is right or wrong is challenged constantly by the villains. Every time that you see another villain and they have like their own sad story and everything, you're kind of like, okay, well, this guy is not so bad. And then you get to the next villain and it's like, oh, well, this guy also has a sad story. And then you get to the next and then you're like, okay, well, none of these people are actually bad. They were just corrupted by some reason.
I don't know about that.
Yeah, I disagree with that, honestly, because I feel that's a detriment to the game.
No, I'm not saying it's good. I'm just saying that's the way the game approached it, to kind of challenge the ideology
true.
of the Phantom Tips. I'm not saying it's good. I actually don't like that at all. But I'm saying that the
It tries
idea
to
of it,
challenge the ideas, yeah.
it tries to challenge that idea in a different way from Rojo. I like Rojo better for that, because there's no right or wrong answer on that aspect. You guys played Rojo, right? Both of you guys?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. So Maruki just had like a very different approach to things, and he really challenged that ideology of like the justice that they did opposed to what he does. This one, I don't know, and we can talk about the characters now. I guess we can talk about that, the new characters. But the villain Akira, a lot of people liked him because of his background or story or what he did. Although I understand and I like his writing, I actually did not like the character at all. I thought he was a pretty weak character. In my
I
opinion, like I like some aspects about him, but he came off so what is it? I'm looking for a specific word. Predictable in a sense, and also just I don't know. I didn't want him to be like this sad character with a sad story, because again, he just kind of goes through the same. Every character, every villain has that same motif here. So, what do you guys think about that? What do you guys see on that?
okay. Konoe for me is a a bit of a mixed bag because I I I agree with you that I don't like that they went with giving him like a super sad backstory or whatever. But I think that a lot of the things they did with him are super clever.
Like what?
Cause they do this thing where like the monarchs are in cages, right?
Oh,
And then there's this whole reveal that I had this thought in the game that the wardens, the lock keepers that you fight in the place where they were traumatized, um, I was like, what's the point of that? Like that just feels like extra padding. But then they do this sort of twist that uh, it's not to keep intruders out, it's to keep the monarchs in. And then you have the thought, why does Akira have one of those if he's supposed to be the big bad, you know?
Yeah,
And I think that's a really clever way to foreshadow the
the true
the fact
villain of
the
the.
the true big bad. And also uh what was I gonna say? Yeah, I think his backstory is like a bit too like what, he killed his father when he was like 8. I was like, whoa.
yeah, it's
It
like
was really dark. It just went dark really fast. You know,
yeah,
Holy
and
shit.
that part of his backstory is just kind of glossed over.
Yeah.
Like
We're gonna mention that?
yeah, it's mentioned. It's like yeah, he killed his father, and then it's just like, but like look how bad his father was to him.
yeah.
Yeah. Well, it is portrayed as evil.
Yeah,
That I fucked up. I killed my father.
yeah,
Is
but
bad.
it's just portrayed as like, oops, I killed my
Yeah.
father.
Exactly. Exactly.
Yeah, there's definitely a lot more ramifications to that. That's actually one of the things that I didn't like. Like, I get it and I understood it, but people are just gonna disagree on me because I already know some. I made a comment and somebody disagreed with me already on this. I don't think that that's enough justification to suddenly just creating this whole thing that he did. Like I was like, okay, but
Absolutely not.
you're a rich guy that he killed his father and he still inherited all that money from his father. His father was rich, right? He inherited all that money, and instead of just like, and I'm just saying this. I'm not attacking the character, by the way. This is my reasoning. I want to emphasize that because I know some people were upset when I mentioned this. I feel like if I was rich and I went through a similar situation like abuse and all that stuff, I will do anything in my power to help society, like put money into research or like try to help kids that go through similar situations, do something like that. But buying some AI to mind control society is just like, it's so far-fetched out of all the ideas that I will do with my money to try to help society like a logical, rational way. And
Yeah,
that's
but
kind of,
he thinks he's helping.
yeah, he thinks he's helping, and let's be honest, how much is he actually really helping? Like,
It's just delusional.
at one point that I appreciated was when he asked the phantom tips, because I do feel in some kind of way they're also delusional, like the whole changing the heart and everything. In this situation, if he had gone through what he's gone, could have the phantom tips actually helped him? And the answer is probably not really. Because Kasumi put it really well before in Rojo. It's just not a feasible way to change society. You can't really just change every single thing that society has wrong until first of all, it will be impossible. There's not enough time on the day to kind of just go through all these palaces and just change society as a whole.
Fucked up people.
Yeah, there's a lot of fucked up
Yeah.
people. And the other thing is, who are you to decide what is really right or wrong? For example, just kind of visiting back on Persona 5 for a minute. You have characters like Madarame, or like the first few people that are like, yeah, they're really dirtbags. But you have somebody like Haru's dad. Sure, he was a businessman that did some terrible decisions, but did he really need his art change? Was he like the one person that really... The whole reason why we did all this was because Haru was getting married, or forced to get married. But in reality, nothing really... like, what, are you gonna go after every corrupt politician or every single business person that is doing something like that? He wasn't doing anything illegal. I'm not saying that he wasn't a dirtbag, but I'm saying, like, it's not feasible that you go to change every little thing about everything that you feel like is wrong or bad. Does that make sense? It's not a feasible way to look at, like, society and kind of like, well, I am gonna change this because I don't like it. It's still a really bad way to look at it. Like, and I was hoping that this game will hammer that, but it really didn't. Like, it still went through that kind of like, okay, well, at the end of the day, Akira was a sad boy that had a sad life, and like, I just kind of like, why don't you challenge that aspect of the... I'm still hoping for that one game that really challenges that kind of mentality of kind of like, the Phantom Thieves are good, but at any point, any of the people that they changed their hearts, they could have died. Morgana mentions that, and who are you to decide whether somebody gets to live or die because of what they do? Like, that's not... I guess that's my point, is like, I don't feel like that's kind of like the appropriate either, because that doesn't make them any better than any of the other people that have the same ability, like Akira. Like, at the end of the day, like, the change of heart is manipulation of the cognitive. It's like, it's literally doing the Emma thing. It's just a one person at a time.
Yeah, that's the thing that basically all Persona games at some point portray the thieves as, being like morally gray, and that's more for you to think about. But the games don't take that extra step to actually challenge that. And yeah, I do agree with you that they would be much better if they did, but then you run the risk of, like, contradicting yourself.
And I feel like it's good to contradict yourself in this case, because it will be almost like a character development kind of thing, where the thieves kind of realize, okay, maybe our choices haven't been 100% good, but like, I don't know. I feel like that should be addressed at some point. I don't know, because at the same time, you also run the risk of making it, like, preachy. Like, Karasu was talking about, like, the whole phone thing, like, oh, phones are bad kind of thing. That's preachy. That's a preachy thing. So, like, if you can also have somebody look at that and be like, well, that's preachy. Like, that reminds me of, oh man, this game, The Last of Us Part 2. The whole thing about, I don't know, did you guys play the game?
I wish I didn't.
But you did, right? So, I'm not gonna spoil or anything, but the game is preachy as far as, like, when it's okay to have a revenge or not.
Oh, is The Last of Us Part 2 preachy? Is it?
Yes.
But, so I'm not gonna. I don't really want to dig deeper into it. because obviously it's not the podcast for that. But all I'm trying to say is like you can see why maybe they wouldn't go that route, because it's like if the more preachy a game gets, the more pushback you're gonna get from people that don't really wanna either don't want to think about it or don't really feel like it's the game for that.
Yeah.
And then maybe it's just not the game for that. But I feel like this game already kind of pushes that like anti-hero justice kind of thing. So I'm like, it's already kind of borderline, kind of touching on it. So I might as well just make a decision on that. But what did you guys think about the real villain of? Oh, I'm sorry. Did you have any final thoughts on Akira Konoe?
Yeah. Yeah. I do want to offer this boon to Akira Konoe, this huge bonus, in my opinion, huge bonus. I even made a video about this. He does have the best boss fight in the game.
It's a sweet ass boss fight. Yeah, you're right.
Yeah,
and it has the sweetest music.
So yeah, the fact that he has the best boss fight in the game is absolutely like 90% of the reason people like him so much. I guarantee you.
Yeah.
So yeah.
Yeah.
I made a video about why that is. So yeah.
Plug.
Well, it's true. Like in games, your opinion of the villain really hitches on his boss fight. So, yeah. Probably the best boss fight. No. I wouldn't go as far as to say. Anyway, that's what I have to say about Akira.
Yeah, you like his boss fight. I like his boss
Yeah.
fight. I thought it was good.
Yeah,
Actually, my
excellent.
favorite boss fight was when you fight Fake Joker. I wish that he had the ability to summon your personas as well. That would
It's
have
really
made that.
hard.
That
You know
would
what
have
I
made
wish
that-
happened with that?
Yeah, go ahead.
I feel like there's a huge missed opportunity. I think it should have been a boss gauntlet. It should have been like a checkpoint, essentially, to make sure you've actually been playing each character, making them all, I think you should have fought, obviously weaker versions, but of every single character in your party. I think they all should have had like a shadow version.
100%. I thought because you see them all. Every Phantom Thief has a shadow there that she has, but only Joker fights his counterpart. But I agree with you. I wish that every single character had for their version. That would have been such a sweet boss rush of that would have been awesome. As a fan of like Devil May Cry games, I would have.
Oh, you are
that a lot.
too.
Yeah.
Hey.
Yeah, because you know Devil May Cry always has that one point right before you go to the later levels where you have to do a boss rush of like all the other bosses, kind of making sure that you're ready for the next ones. That would have been a good point. Actually, I do agree with that.
Because like instead of just because strikers in general, it got pitifully easy near the end. Like it became. I think that's what Persona games in general have. Like I see a lot of people disagreeing with this, but like I played strikers on hard and I died once, and
Yeah.
I just personally I think the game got like because of the how the combat, and I guess I'm kind of going off topic here, but of how the Mitsuo and Persona elements kind of fuse together. I feel like that creates sort of an issue sometimes.
And I do want to talk about this more because I do have a point about gameplay here. But yes, I 100% with you agree. I have broken the game at this point. And we'll talk about this because it is a really interesting point to talk about. But what did you guys think about the actual villain of the game? The Siri, Emma, Alexa, whatever you want to call her.
Okay.
No, Alexa,
You
stop.
see, okay, I
So-
call her Siri because she's voiced by the actual person who voices
Right.
Really?
Yeah,
that's
I
100%.
love that. Yeah, that was such a good character. Whenever I heard that, I was like, "That is perfect." They got that so right. I love that so much. But yeah, go ahead. Thoughts
Wow.
on Siri?
Okay, so, I had this point and at the ending of Strikers where when Emma when Siri, let's just call her Siri. Uh, when Siri becomes God and she has her whole rigmarole about I must guide humanity and they must not think for themselves. And the Phantom Thieves were like, no, we're gonna think for ourselves. Humanity must be free to think for themselves, and you don't have a you're a false god. You don't have a right. We're gonna kill you.
That was
Okay,
exactly what happened.
I I I was straight up skipping those scenes because I was like,
We've
they're
done this
they're
song and dance before.
they're the same. They're the same.
Not only not
this
only
is
are
the
they the
same
same,
as this is the
it's
same as Yaldabaoth.
blatantly the
This is
same
the same as
design.
Maruki. This is the same as Yaldabaoth. This is shittier Maruki.
No, I wouldn't say Maruki. I wouldn't say Maruki because Maruki has like a different ideology altogether.
Maruki has Maruki has an ideology and motives and personal reasons, but what he
Siri's
ends up
Neon.
doing is the same.
Like their
like,
goals, their goals are the same, right?
Yeah,
to
their
make
goals are the
everybody
same.
happy.
To
Right.
make,
Yeah, I
make
guess you're
everybody
right.
happy by taking away their free will and dictating their path forward for them.
Yeah.
All three of them do the same thing, and the argument against it all three times is the same, and it's these preachy, we must do the things ourselves, we must carve paths forward, we have the shovel, we're gonna do it, and yeah, dig the path or whatever, and it's the same. It's the same Ryuji. I don't need to hear you screaming about how your future is yours to decide. More power to you, man. That's fucking awesome. I don't need to hear you say it again. I don't, Yusuke. You can use all the English vocabulary in the world to describe how false of a god Siri is. That's awesome. You do you, buddy. But god damn it, I've seen it before.
Yeah,
2 times.
like 2.5 times. It's enough.
Fucking
what really
Morgana.
pissed me off is how just the same design Java and Siri had the exact same boss design. They literally looked the same. They had the same thing. It was like a humanoid looking thing with arms coming out of their body and doing different attack patterns. And that was the same thing. It was literally almost the same fight, actually. That and the other thing that bothered me a lot, gameplay wise, was when those heads that come out. The game just kind of just the game just kind of pops up and stops you from kind of doing stuff. Like, oh, now you have to divide your team into 3 separate teams and fight these 3 separate things.
Yeah, that was cool.
That was actually, I like that because that was kind of the point where, like, wait, what about the people that didn't use all of their characters?
Yeah. Well, fuck them. They weren't playing the game correctly.
In my tips, I did a video for tips, and I was like, do not, because I kept a lot of people saying, I already know who my party is gonna be in this game. I'm like, do not do that. Use all of your characters and train them equally, because you will need them at some point. I don't want to spoil you, but keep on doing that. Yeah. The very first time I played the game in Japanese, I didn't know. Like, I didn't know if there was any clues for that. Obviously, there's no clues for that. But I literally had like my party of like 3 people, and everybody else was like level 40. So I had a really bad time with that.
Wow.
And literally, like they had their starter equipment.
Oh no!
Yes, like they didn't
But
even have like the
how?
because I never used them. The first
How
I
did you
just
do
had
that?
to
Like the game is really good. Like I think the game is really good at incentivizing you to switch between your party anyway because of the weaknesses of
the particular
bosses
bosses and
and
everything. Yeah,
mini
but
bosses.
you're missing the point that Joker can contain any any persona you want. You know, like you can make the weaknesses strengths, and you can switch them and flip them as you want. So you technically don't need anybody but Joker. In fact, right now I'm doing a solo player merciless run of Persona 5 Strikers, which is kicking my ass because merciless is really really hard.
Okay,
They actually made Merciless difficult.
let's talk about Merciless a bit later when we discuss
Oh yeah,
gameplay because I got a lot to say about it.
yeah.
I think it's genius.
I think it's genius too. We'll definitely discuss that. So, any final thoughts on Siri? We were talking about the actual boss fight.
I personally think that the way that Siri was handled, like, as you guys were saying, it's quite samey. And I feel like that same thing could be drawn through the entire game. Really, the entire game just felt like Persona 5 2.
Well, it
Like
is.
that's exactly what it is, but not in a good way. It's not like it didn't feel like it innovated on anything that Persona 5 did in some aspects. Obviously in others it did, but for example, like it kind of followed the same beats. Like there's one that Yusuke gets mad at, there's one that Haru gets mad at, there's one that there's
Gets
one
mad at.
yeah. But there's one there's one that's like tied to each person in like
That's such a good way to put it.
Yeah.
they get mildly peeved. But I think that like they kind of follow the same. You can tell, like for example, like you can tell who to bring to the boss fight just by looking
Exactly. Yeah, we
Okay,
really
I
were
think
just
that's
talking
clever.
about that.
That's clever.
I think that's clever.
But
I do like that.
at the same time, it feels like the same as Persona 5 in a way. That like there's a boss that's like there's one boss who instead of stealing art is stealing writing. There's a boss who, instead of overworking employees, they're brainwashed, like they're overworking citizens. You see lots of parallels are being drawn, and Siri is like the cherry on top of the same exact cake that's next door, but this one has like strawberries in it or something.
Yeah, and also they even did the seven deadly sins
Yeah, again.
thing again. And like I remember exactly when I beat the first boss, Alice. And
Got that
the achievement popped up that was Cage of Lust or whatever the fuck, and I was like, Cage of Lust? Oh, they're doing this again?
Yeah, you could also
Like
yeah.
that
First...
was the thought I had, and then when Natsume was Vanity, I was like, really? We're going both with the use of Vanity and in the same order apparently, and then Gluttony, which felt like a big Gluttony for Hyodo.
Yeah.
Felt like a bit of a stretch.
Honestly, all of them really feel a stretch. Like none of these characters really. Maybe Vanity, I could probably see it, but a lot of them really didn't really match like what they were going for. Like they should have just gone for a completely different team. I don't know. I just didn't really feel like it matched the overall theme of the game, like the cages or something like that. They could have done something a little bit more creative, I feel. Speaking of creativity, which I don't know if you guys have anything else to say about that. I feel like
I have many things to say, actually. You
Okay,
just keep
go for
cutting
it.
me off.
I'm sorry. Go ahead.
But like, looking at the first, Alice, you know, hypersexualized. Guess what Kamoshida was? Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
And I just don't want more of the same, really. I want something that's, they just kind of changed the genre of the game and just kept the story beats the same.
Maybe that's why they changed the genre.
Well,
Maybe not.
Can we get conspiratorially here? Because what if they were like, if we make it a turn-based, we're just making Persona 5 again. So they were like, let's not make it turn-based.
well, I can go ahead and debunk this. They actually didn't ask for this game. Atlas didn't. There was a poll that Omega Force did a while ago in Japan. I was told what other properties they wanted to do, and fans voted for a Persona Warriors game in Japan, and they approached
What?
the idea to. Yep, that was like the number. Zelda was one of them, and Persona was the other one. So, like, literally, they made
God.
those. Anyway, so they approached Atlas about the idea, with a story and everything, and they went for it, I guess. But yeah, they I was okay with the story. I don't think it was like, I wouldn't say like the best story ever. I actually deducted points when I did my review for the game. I did it at 8 out of 10 in story, and I feel like that. I feel pretty solid on that, even after thinking about it. Now that I played the game like 4 times already, I still feel like
I like Persona 5 story, so more of it is, it's like, okay, this is gonna be the weirdest analogy ever. It's like getting a double cheeseburger when you wanted a single. It's like it's like,
Oh man,
it's like, man, but
I mean, I'm gonna eat it.
but did I need it?
yeah, I'm
But,
gonna
like,
hate myself for it.
I'm gonna eat it, but I do recognize that it's a bit much.
Oh, yeah, I feel like a filthy American.
No, there's definitely some good
I
stuff
apologize.
about the story. Like, there were some aspects that I was like, I'm so in love with a lot of the stuff you're doing, but at the same time, that, like you said, it feels a lot of the beats that are almost like the same from the previous game. That does kind of almost like bothers me. Like, there's so many other ways you could approach this idea, besides having to reuse the same elements. The biggest thing that kind of drew me almost like, oh my god, not again, was when they go to the bottom of Mementos again. Or it's like,
Yeah,
I was like, do not do this to me. As soon as
Oh
I
my
saw
god,
it, I was like,
the big ass cube.
the cube of death. That's just like the cube of death. That's just like kind of hacked away. It just kind of disappears.
At least they did acknowledge it, that it was exactly the same as the bottom of Mementos, and it did play into the story. So like, I'll give them that.
They get a C.
they
but,
do, but
you
at the
know,
same time, it
Big
kind of
ass cube.
it kind of does have some issues it adds some issues that I have with the metaverse and how it works, because now it's a lot more messier to kind of. I'm working on this really big video about the metaverse and kind of how it works and everything, and every time that I'm kind of like, I feel like I'm close to, they release more stuff like Rojo and then Strikers, and I'm like, man, every time that I have to rewrite my video now because there's more information, and the information contradicts stuff from the previous games, so now I have to like rewrite it again. So I'm working on this big video that I'm trying to do for like the metaverse and everything, and I'm like, why are you changing the rules?
You heard it here first.
Yeah, it
Big
bothers me.
scoop.
The big scoop.
That's what you come to this podcast.
Yeah, exactly. That's what you came for. So any final thoughts on I guess, oh man, I forgot we were talking about Siri. Wow, we went all the way through Siri.
Yeah.
Any other things on her? I don't know if she had anything else. I know we did change.
I personally think that's closing thoughts on Siri. I don't mind it. Like, as much as I just ragged on it for like 30 minutes, you know, I think it's fine, like how it's executed, because it's much more of a modern thing than what Yaldabaoth was or what Maruki was. Like Yaldabaoth was like a tale as old as time. Teenagers
Maruki
coming.
was a therapist.
Yeah, teenagers coming together to slay God with the power of friendship. That's just about as anime as it gets.
Yeah.
But like, you know, teenagers coming together to kill Siri. You know, that's at least 2009.
Like, okay, I sent this friend I mentioned earlier about this Steam conversation. When I beat the game, I messaged them and I was like, "Yo, I killed God," and it was like, "Dude, what the fuck? Spoilers!" And I was like, "It's not a spoiler that you kill God in a Persona game."
Exactly.
It's a given. It's just what God is it this time?
Yeah. It's like Persona games have one thing in common, and it's not Personas.
Actually, I would say Mega 10 games have one thing in common.
Yeah.
Like I had the biggest laugh at one of Haru's lines. It's near the end when she's commenting on how this is like the third time that that the Phantom Thieves have taken on gods. It's like, I wonder if the gods are fucking pissed at us now or something.
They did mention that. I actually love that conversation because it was almost a nudge of kind of like we fought more than one god kind of thing. Because it's not the only one, you know, like the whole situation with Maruki and everything. I like that they kind of like that they brought that up. I like that a lot. It was a good point. So the other character, go ahead. Sorry.
The humor, for some reason, in Strikers was just so good compared to like I had much more moments where I genuinely like laughed during the gameplay of Strikers.
Oh yeah, for sure.
Yeah, same.
I agree. They made Haru such a funny character. He like some of the stuff that she did.
Is the best. I love her so much.
My wife.
Yes.
I will not. She's my wife. Just enough said.
not just waifu.
She's like actual wife, like no waifu, but wife.
I have a ring.
Yeah.
I had a first time I had a crush on a girl.
It was hard.
No. Wait, real girl.
Wait, what?
And I was like, wait a minute. She looks like Haru.
Oh, okay. So you mean somebody in real life? Not that you had a crush on Haru as a real girl. Okay, I was confused for a second.
No.
I was like, are you saying that
I
you
was
had
like,
a crush on Haru?
No, I was like, I realized, there was this girl that I later realized I had a crush on, and then I had this click where I was like, wait a minute, she kind of looks like Haru. You know?
Okay.
Anyway.
Okay, that makes more sense now. I was about to be like, yo, what?
If you had a crush on someone who looked like Haru, I mean, like,
more
go for it, man.
Yeah, go for it.
Yeah.
Man.
Yeah.
All right. So as far as the other new characters besides the bad guys, we had Sophie or Sophia, whatever you want to call her.
Yes.
And obviously we had Senkichi. We talked a little bit about Senkichi, so let's go ahead and jump into Sophia first, and then we'll talk about Senkichi. Any final thoughts on him? So, what did you guys think about her? I feel conflicted because I love her so much. I love so much about her. If you guys play Persona 3, she felt like Aegis done better. Like
you just pissed off half of the community with that.
No.
Fuck them.
No. I'll tell you guys this. I'm a Aegis. She's my waifu. She's my Persona 3 waifu. But as I mean it comes with me with love. It comes out with me with love. But I really just like how like funny she is, like personality wise. She was literally like so entertaining to watch. And also the other thing is I felt like she was an excellent point of view for new players. Like if you never played a Persona game, this game
She
will,
kind of spoke for you.
yeah, she kind of give you an introduction as far as the mechanics and like Senkichi and Senkichi obviously and Sophie just kind of have the eyes for new players, gonna be introduced into the other characters and everything else. And I really like that. I thought it was really well done. Her character just has so many different purposes, and I just love
Yeah.
every single time that
I
she
never thought of it
spoke.
like that, but yeah, I mean, that
Uh,
does fit.
Okay, so my first impressions of Sophia. I remember this because
Adorable.
it's a thing that I said out loud when I first saw her in game.
Kawaii.
When her sprite appeared in game when she talked,
Yeah.
I was like, "Wow, she got cheeks."
She got cheeks.
Yeah, she got cheek like her cheeks are super puffy, aren't they?
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
I was like, "Wow, big cheeks. That's adorable." And
She's a
like
really
that
adorable character.
that little dance she does, where she like kind of bounces up and down and open and like flaps her arms.
Oh yeah, I know what you're talking about. Yeah, that animation that they
Uh,
have when she's talking and kind of like
Yeah.
moving her arms.
My
It's
favorite,
so-
my favorite quirk is her
So
like
cute. Oh yeah, the humming.
Right. Oh,
every
and
time,
I
every
love,
time you kill one of the painful past bosses.
That's because she knows she's hummed when she made her.
when she, oh,
I love that whole twist. Although it was predictable as hell, and I saw it a mile away. I was so like, I was like, yeah, I like that twist. I knew about it because obviously it was super obvious. But it was so nice to kind of like see that. I like that twist. That was the one twist that I was like, I like this twist one. It was nice.
but,
The relationship with each other it was nice. Sorry, go ahead.
all right, guys. I have one question about Sophia. How does her hair work?
Okay,
So-
I love that you asked that because I've seen some girls like cosplay Sophia,
Yeah.
and I like that, and I really admire cosplayers in that.
Oh, thank you.
You know, they made Sophia's hair like literally like heart ruby jewel things that are literally floating. Like she is literally impossible. Okay, but cosplayers were like, I don't give a fuck.
Watch me.
I'm I'm a cosplay that girl and
Yeah.
I'm gonna pull it off. And they did.
My
And
main
just
my main
kudos-
question
kudos to
is
them.
when she's not in the metaverse, she has like pigtails, right? But when she
Right.
goes into her Phantom Thief outfit, it just kind of condenses into one, and I don't know how that works.
I see what you mean. It's like one pigtail instead of two.
Yeah, like does she like instead of having like having both of them out, she takes them out and then just like combines all of her hair into one long pig or ponytail, or like how's it work?
I never
I
know.
don't- I don't really know how
I
it
want
works.
a in-depth dissertation. I want a peer-reviewed essay on Sophia's hair on my desk by Monday.
How does
Okay,
this
okay.
work?
Okay, the like maybe you know when character design concept art, there's got to be some details about her hair.
I wish
I
I
could
wish
load
they
up the digital
had.
bonus.
It's
art
not
book
in
right
there,
now.
sadly. It's not. I looked through it. I was speaking. I'm looking at it. It doesn't have anything on like her concept art, sadly.
No,
Oh, that's sad.
Yeah, it's pretty unfortunate to see. Yeah, for sure. So
So
Sophia
that
was.
means these fuckers. That means these fuckers knew what they were doing.
Yeah, they knew. They knew that kind of character. If anything, I wish her outfit was a little different when she's Phantom Thief. Like if she had copied their style or something like that. Not
But
that
she kind of does.
she kind of does, but it's the same dress. You know, like
Have you
it's-
have you ever ambushed someone as her? She's like, show me your true form.
Yeah, no, not that. I mean, like the outfit itself.
Oh,
Yeah.
well,
Although I like
Okay.
it, I love it so much. Yeah, I'm
Okay,
looking
her
at it.
design is genius. Like
Yeah.
actually, like with the big blue glowy eyes, and I fucking lost it when I did an all out attack as her, and she like puts her arms on her hips, and then when the screen becomes red, like her eyes become these cool like I don't even know how to describe them. It's
Take your
cool as
apart.
it's cool as fuck. It's so good.
It's
It's
so
really
good.
funny.
but it's
Yeah,
It's goofy.
it's
She's
it's
almost like
goofy.
half cartoon,
Uh,
half human. Like if they took the idea of Teddy from Persona 4 but made it like better, like animation by yeah, but like it made it good, actually good. Because for example,
actually I
when
like Teddy.
I don't,
But it's just me.
when she like blushes and she's in the outfit, her the line, the blush lines are in her eye.
Oh, yeah.
Like the
Yeah.
the eyes. There's like so emotion on like the eyes that she has. It was really well done. I really like her a lot. I'm not gonna dwell too much
Yeah.
on her, but I like her. I like the twist that they did with her and Ichinose. I thought it was well made, and I didn't particularly like Ichinose. I thought her reasoning was pretty like stupid. I was like, okay, well, okay. I
Okay,
didn't have
okay.
a heart, therefore I
But
just deleted this AI that I made as super intelligent and can literally probably solve world problems, but we're just gonna throw her away and make a stupider version of it.
like I have a couple things to say about Ichinose, but I guess now would be a time to
Yeah, it's the
segue into
perfect
it.
time since we're discussing characters,
Yeah.
so go for it.
Because like Ichinose's reason to do what she did was that she was lonely, right?
It's
that's
because
kind
she
of
had
what
like
is-
no heart, or she had like
She believed she had
and
no heart.
no, it's like an empathy thing. It's just actual people that have this. It's like they don't feel they don't empathize with other people, like what they feel and everything like that.
I get that because I have the same thing. Like personally, I have that same issue. Like not to sound fucking, like preachy and all that on a podcast, but I had a lot of things that like I felt that I could relate to with Ichinose. But I just, everyone deals with trauma and all that differently. But like, I just can't reasonably see how she got there in the first place. How she got to the position of like, of it's hard to describe without sounding like a lunatic, really. But
Of being so lonely that
Yeah.
it breaks you.
but like I've had that, I've had that same exact scenario, but like,
You didn't make an AI that
yeah, no,
you didn't
instead I
make
tried
two
to,
AIs that
that
just
becomes sentient.
yeah, no, instead I tried to kill myself. So like,
oh god.
anyway,
Well, yeah,
way to kill the mood there.
You said it. We deal with stuff differently.
Yeah.
But
What
what
can I say?
I personally think that I like Ichinose, but it's just it's different. It's a different kind of like because I can see where they were going for. I just
Yeah.
can't possibly. It just feels weird to me.
That
just doesn't-
whole
Yeah, that whole thing just doesn't really match up with the tone or like the rest of the game. It just feels kind of off, like a little bit like doesn't really match the rest of the game, if you will.
Yeah.
I see that. I understand that part. Cause I also felt like that too. Like she had like some stuff, but then like the whole interaction with her, and then she kind of just turns around and be like, she's just like walking around like, hey, I'm gonna redeem myself and do better or whatever. And I was like, you literally caused an AI to become a god.
Yeah, you got
And
over
just-
that quick.
Yeah, you like come back and like, well, guys, I fucked up, so I'm just gonna go and maybe like discover myself again or something.
Yeah.
I was just like,
Okay.
okay, that was anticlimactic. Like that made no sense.
Yeah. Okay. That whole scene with Ichinose and Sophie yelling at each other at the bottom of Mementos or whatever. that had the entire energy. You know, when you watch two people argue very passionately, but they're both saying the
Wrong.
same thing and essentially agreeing.
Yeah.
like that. It's like, why are you two arguing?
It's like
You're saying the same thing.
yeah, it's like Ichinose said, it's like, yeah, I was lonely, and Sophie's like, yeah, you were lonely. It's like,
You're both lonely and want to understand people. One of you literally made the other.
Yeah, I don't know. It was so bizarre. There was like some stuff.
birthed you.
I literally made you. I created you with my brain. Oh man.
Like, why are we having this conversation?
Yeah, what's going on right now? And then at the end, she's like,
what is there,
I can't stop
What
her
is there
anymore.
to gain from that conversation?
Exactly. That was just a little extra. I don't know. Maybe more just character development or something. I can't really pinpoint the reasoning behind that.
Yeah.
But any other final thoughts on Ichinose or Sophie?
No.
I love Sophie.
Yeah, me
Yeah.
too.
That's all I have
Me
to
too.
say.
I love her so
Aside
much.
from we have come to a unanimous decision that we
Yeah,
love
but
her.
I'm the only one with I made all my layouts on all of my accounts, most of my accounts, Sophia. So like,
Yeah, but you know, I'd probably have a Sophie profile pic too, but you know, we gotta keep the brand.
Yeah.
no brand.
Yeah, I have to have my my character too, unfortunately.
Yeah.
I have no brand.
So your
like-
brand is Sophia.
Now, yeah.
It is now.
It is now. Take it now.
I am the CEO of Sophia.
Anyway, we're talking about Zenkichi next.
Yeah, we're gonna go ahead and jump into him. So about him, I think he's an interesting character, and we literally already talked about like a lot of the plot points with him and everything. But whenever they first announced him, and one of you guys mentioned this earlier, about how like the whole Persona 4 cops, you know, the cop being bad and everything, and now in this game, literally a cop is like your confidant, if you will. And the person that is like aiding you and helping you and all this, and it's kind of like, it's an interesting twist in that, and I really like him a lot. I really like his writing. I thought he was such a well done adult, like not just
You know why I like him
yeah, why
a lot? Because he's the first like actual adult in Persona since Balfu in Eternal Punishment. I'm fairly certain. And he's like what he's like in his 40s, I believe he said. 50s?
Yeah, he's 40. He's exactly 40. Yeah.
No, his exact age is never said, but like
Oh well, I looked it up on the internet.
there's never any
Yeah.
there's nothing saying his birthday, but like, well, his birthday is stated when like the month and day, but the year is never stated. It's just he's in his 40s is all that's known. But I like it how Persona had a actual like old dude for once, you know.
Yeah, me too.
Yeah.
I like that a lot. I want more adults, like part of the team kind of thing. Like Persona 2 did it best. You know, they have some adults, they have some young people. You kind of like having that mixed. I feel like that would be kind of like the best way to do it.
Yeah, but like, you know, Persona 1 had, you know, mostly I think the oldest member there was 17, I think. Trying to think. Yeah, and like
Yeah.
Persona 2, you had Innocent Sin. You had Maya, who was like in her 20s.
Mhm.
And then Balfu, who was in his 30s, late 30s. And then everyone past, everything since Strikers was like, you know, 15 through 17.
Right.
And I just really like, it sounds weird, but having people to to actually have to deal with, you know, it goes back to the morality thing, how thieves are on the morally gray side because they're seeing it from like a teenager's point of view. And if you have some old fucking geezer in there, it's like they can see, they can actually, you know, see it's like, hey, you may think that's right, but
Right, and I like that a lot because he does challenge them a lot on that aspect. when he's talking to them and everything. Like
Yeah.
he's talking about like there's like only so much justice you can do, or like how
Yeah.
powerless he is in certain situation. And that's right, like in a regular real life situation, adults just are more constrained in what the things that they can or cannot do sometimes. Like he's literally a cop, but the one person that murdered his wife, he cannot take them to jail. Like
Okay.
he definitely had like this, which by the way, it felt like a retreating from Dojima from Persona
Yes,
4.
he is Dojima. He's Dojima with a teenage Nanako. I had this exact thought when I was at the part of the game where you meet Akane. I was like, oh my god, he is Dojima with a teenage bitter Nanako.
Oh,
That's amazing. And
bitter Nanako is I don't know if she's just bitter. She's like straight up hates this guy.
okay. Can I say that I am very, very mad at the ending
Oh.
of Persona 5 Strikers, because it has the after you beat the final boss, there's the whole scene with Ichinose and going on a fucking road trip to discover herself, and Sophia goes with her, and the
Sad.
Phantom Thieves have their goodbyes. Over that entire time, that ending was happening, and you see that Owada, the guy that killed Zenkichi's wife, got arrested. That he did it. Okay. And that's the last you hear of him. I literally had this entire where I was screaming, come on game, show me Zenkichi going home and hugging his daughter. That's all I want to see right now. I do not give a fuck about the Phantom Thieves right
Jesus.
now. I don't care what Ichinose and Sophia are doing. I don't care about any of them. All I want to see
Show me granddad.
is Zenkichi going home, telling his daughter, "We did it," and hugging her. That's all I want to see. And you didn't show it to me, game. You would have made me cry. I was like, game,
Yeah,
if you
that was
show me,
definitely needed.
if you show me this scene, I will cry.
I
And
will
you
have
didn't.
tears.
I did not cry. I was like, game, you're gonna make me feel a thing if you show it to me, but you didn't, and therefore I feel nothing.
And instead, he was relegated to pushed to the literal corner and being drawn on.
Yeah.
In
Yeah, so, yeah, personalized message. Fuck you, ending of Persona 5 Strikers.
Jesus. Okay.
Well, I don't
Yeah,
feel as strongly
I
about
feel very
that,
strongly about this.
but I do agree with you. I think that a little bit more could have gone a long way for him, especially because they bothered to
Exchange
write
radar.
this relationship with his daughter so well that it really needed some kind of resolution. That's one of the things they didn't have a resolution for. So I agree with that. They needed a little bit more to kind of wrap it up somehow, right? I agree. I don't feel as strongly as you do, but I agree with your feelings there. Okay, so what about you, Karasu? How do you feel about either Akane or my dude Senkichi?
Okay. I love Zenkichi, as I've stated. Akane is weird to me. Like, she's like Mishima. If Mishima was like, if you saw Mishima's room. That's
Oh my god, the reveal of her room
I love the
is
reveal.
the best.
Like, I went in, like, I think she mentions the Phantom Thieves like once. And it's like, okay, yeah, they were a big thing last year. And then you see her room, it's like,
And the first thing she says, like, it's too much, isn't it?
yeah, it's too much. It's like, man, if I were to beat the Phantom Thieves, and I love like Joker's decisions, it's like,
And also,
maybe we should come clean.
Is it like, are we gonna tell her?
It's like,
Are we gonna tell her?
And that's one of the funny things.
We shouldn't tell her.
We shouldn't tell her. It will be too much.
it would be a bad idea.
Yeah, no, for sure. I 100% agree.
Yeah.
That was kind of almost like I think it's only okay because she's a girl. Like if she was a guy,
Whoa.
it would be like no, I'm not being like sexist or anything. I feel like if he was a guy,
just kidding.
some dude, and you came into this room, it'll almost come off like creepy.
like a neck beard.
Yeah, like like that kind of weird, But at the same
Yeah.
time, it's like she's a child. She's like what, 13, 12, something like that. Like she's
She has oh my god, the part where you're on her stream was like that kind of felt weird to me. Like
Exactly.
it's just
right, and then you're like sitting there just watching her do her thing or whatever.
like
You're
it's like
kinda
I thought throughout the entire scene, it's like do they not see like the entire like 8 people in the background? Is the
Well,
camera
no,
set?
no, I
the
think she
thing
had
is
like a
the-
puppet. That,
Yeah, she was holding a figurine of Joker, and only the figurine was visible.
Yeah,
And
I think
her
so too,
hand,
yeah.
and she was putting a voice and stuff. She was a VTuber, but with a figurine.
like
But,
a,
like,
like a puppeteer.
that's
I
a
guess.
real thing. But like it was more like how are the thieves not being heard because they were talking just they were screaming
Normally.
essentially
You know what?
their
That's one of the
conversation.
things that I want to bring up. Thank you so much for bringing that. I forgot about this. What the
since we're
fuck
on the
is
street-
wrong with them? Why? When are they gonna get that? You can't just talk about the Phantom Thieves in the middle of the fucking street where everybody just hears you talking. Like Senkichi he walks in. Literally, there's a screenshot that I have here, where it's like, we can hear you here, or like something like that. Like I can hear you all the way over here, and he just like walks in and they start talking. Like and Ichinose just literally hears them talking.
Yeah, it's like,
Yeah.
guys, take a hint.
and there's another scene, where like Ichinose was like, "Oh, I can literally hear you talking," and then she tells them that it was after the university thing where you see Konoha for the first time, and you see Ichinose. She tells them that she created Emma, and I could hear you, right? And then she like scoots off a bit, like she's a bit off screen, and they're talking in secret while Ichinose is a bit off screen. I was like, she's
Like,
still listening.
Yeah, like 30 seconds ago, she said,
Yeah.
I heard you, right?
Yeah.
It's like,
and these
yeah,
guys
it's
still
like-
like talking out
okay,
loud.
Same with the
okay,
stream.
guys, come together. Let's whisper and like really
Secret meeting.
secret meeting. Come on, guys.
Oh,
So like
man.
what? So like what if we tell her we are the Phantom Thieves?
Like at this point, I can no longer just hold it against Ryuji, because in Persona 5 I always held it against Ryuji. He was like, "We are the Phantom Thieves" in middle of Shibuya. Like, dude, there is something wrong with you.
Yeah.
But in this game, literally just everybody, they're just talking
Everybody's
Phantom
an
Thieves
idiot.
stuff. Everybody in this game is an idiot. Like even Makoto, who used to be like the reasonable one, I'm like, you guys are dumb. Like, do not do this. Like, you literally have a truck that you are living in. Why don't you walk in and talk your business inside the truck?
You had one like they talk about like all this Phantom Thief stuff outside of the truck.
Yeah,
Like, they
exactly.
could just
Outside
walk
of
in.
it.
By the way, let's talk about Akane's subscribers a bit, because like there's this point where Yusuke goes like, her channel has 50,000 subscribers.
Whoa.
And like, okay, if we're talking YouTube, that's a good amount.
Yeah.
If we're talking Twitch, because she was streaming, that's a lot of that's a lot.
That's a lot. Yeah, for Twitch, that's
That's
quite
a
a lot.
lot.
Yeah.
and I like had this thought, because they never specify how the streaming works or whatever. I'm just making a fun theory here, but I was like, damn.
Like, they're all watching this puppet.
Yeah, they're all watching this puppet, and she's getting
50,000 viewers
big
currently.
big bucks.
Yeah, I
Big
was gonna
bucks.
say, like, are they ever gonna address that she's just making bank out of this? Like,
Yeah,
she literally
yeah.
says that she has merch. She has
Futaba
persona.
Futaba says she is making decent income out of this.
She does.
Which-
Is that what they
Well,
say?
how else did she buy all the merch?
Which
How
if it was
she probably
YouTube,
sells the
if
merch.
which decent income out of this. If it was 50,000 and it was YouTube, then it's too little. And if it's 50,000 and it's Twitch, and it's too much.
Yeah. Okay. Well. Yeah. Exactly.
It
It's like
was decent.
we just need to know what
It's
platform is being
Facebook
used.
gaming.
Oh man. Okay. So as far as like any other characters that you guys wanted to kind of go over, any highlights that you guys have for a particular character, or are we
I'm
able
trying
to
to think
move on?
of. I'm trying to think of the new characters and strikers.
I have them all here. One second.
The monarchs we're gonna discuss when we're gonna talk
Dungeons.
about the dungeons.
Yeah, we're about to go
Yeah.
into the dungeons. So, did you guys have anything
Awesome.
else about as far as like the other characters or anything?
I don't have anything.
Okay, so we're gonna go ahead and talk about the
He's gonna-
dungeons.
He's gonna take us to the dungeon.
We're literally
Ooh.
2 hours into this stream, and we're just about to talk about dungeons.
So
Nice.
2 hours in, and we're finally talking about. Finally, like what 3 bullet points into
Yeah.
I'm so sorry.
It's okay. No, I knew this was gonna happen. My Persona 5 Royal stream podcast was 5 hours long.
No,
I'm hoping this one is not 5 hours long, but I'm okay. I don't work tomorrow.
Same.
And wait,
I don't even-
how late? Oh no, it's early over there, right? Was like 11 over there in Japan?
it's just past noon.
Yeah. Okay. Nice. Yeah, it's not bad.
Okay.
Yeah, that always threw me
I
off.
woke up at like 2 o'clock to do testing. It's like woo, great.
Oh man, that sucks. Sorry to hear that. Yeah, while I was in Japan, my mom kept
Pass.
calling me late at night. In the middle of the day, like 5 or 6. I'm like, you're calling me at like 5 in the morning. I'm like, I'm trying to sleep right now. I'm gonna hang up.
Sleep.
Yeah, like I was like, I am not picking up the phone. I'll call you back later. That happened like the entirety of the time while I was in Japan. Like I don't know why she just kept misunderstanding me. I'm like, look, it's early in the morning right now, and then I will call her. It's like, oh, it's late here. I'm like, okay, well,
Maybe
I guess
maybe you were speaking Japanese.
Alright, so the first dungeon, it's the Alice dungeon. My impressions
Yeah.
on this dungeon was I liked the themes of the dungeon itself, and I thought that Alice was a good first boss. But the dungeon itself is too long.
I wouldn't say that. The reason it feels like when you actually get into the meat and potatoes of the dungeon, it's about as long as all the other ones, but because it has that whole underground waterway tutorial.
Yeah, exactly. I'm
and-
talking about all that.
and-
This is tutorials that I really wish that honestly, because maybe it's because I played this game too many times already, but it's just I feel like I'm playing the game right now, Merciless, and all this whole part just I was like, I really want to just keep all this. Like, I promise you, I unlocked Merciless. I know how to play this game. Please don't tell me to play R1 or to press R1 to select a persona. You know, like
Yeah.
I don't need this tutorial. And that was
Then
kind
turn
of
them
like
off.
the one thing that what's that?
Then turn them off.
No, but the game's still gonna take you to the whole scene.
Kin caboodle.
Yeah,
Yeah.
turning him off is not gonna skip the scene or like the whole.
I suppose, but it's there for a reason.
No, but I'm saying like once you go and play the game in Merciless, they should like have a way to like skip certain parts of like that are not like, like kind of stuff like that.
Yeah, like when you're in Merciless, you don't go through that whole plan of luring the shadows so that you can go to the castle or whatever the fuck it is justification they give for that whole tutorial battle scene. That's the opening of the game.
Yeah, like there's some scenes that I
you
just feel
kick
like.
the door open.
Honestly, no.
By the way,
yeah,
hardest part of the game, in Merciless, the tutorial battle.
Oh my god,
Because
yes.
You're only Joker, and I remember when I started Merciless, and there was just a a billion enemies, and there was a pixie that zeo'd me, and I died. And I was like,
I got lucky that I still had
What?
Yoshitsune equipped, and he's null to electricity. But
Yeah.
damn,
Here's your wake up call.
Yeah,
bitch.
it's like,
Yeah,
oh my god, like I was just
got
distracted.
zeo'd by a pixie.
Yeah, and you died, right?
Fucking died.
I was impressed with Merciless. We'll definitely talk about that in later, but
Yeah.
I
In
was
3
impressed
hours.
with that. It's like 3 hours. We'll talk about it later. Stick around.
Yeah.
So first dungeon impressions. What did you guys think about the first dungeon?
Music is way too catchy.
Okay.
I'm
Okay.
gonna be saying that
Okay.
a lot for a lot of the dungeons.
Yeah.
One of my friends is obsessed with the theme for the Shibuya jail, and I keep on telling him it's like one of the worst jail themes in the game. He needs to shut up. It's objectively bad. You piece
Yeah.
of shit.
Yeah, it's like I don't even like this song. It's just the kind of song that gets stuck in your head and you don't want it there. You know what I mean?
Obviously, you can like whatever you like, except for the Shibuya jail theme. But like,
Every other team is better after that one. The I don't know, the one that I
wouldn't go
didn't.
that far.
Yeah, I've been over dramatic here. I didn't like all the teams, but there are definitely some that are better than others. Like the third dungeon, Sapporo, is that what it is? Sapporo.
Yeah.
Yeah.
the icy boy.
Yeah, I didn't like that. Just music. The music was not good. It was just like I don't know what it was, but I didn't like.
It was
that one.
Christmas.
It was
By
like
the way-
Christmas. Yeah, it was like a Christmassy sounding thing. I don't know what.
By the way, talking about the first dungeon, they went a bit too crazy with the hacking gate battles
Yeah, they
in the first dungeon.
Oh,
it had like
everything
four or
yeah.
five of them
Everything
Then
in the
they
first
just-
dungeon is like too
and
much.
like really close to each other.
Yeah,
And
Then- they then
really
just kinda-
close.
they then just kind of like did like 2 in the next dungeon, then like 1 in the next, and they just forgot about it until like the last dungeon.
Until the Osaka one, yeah.
Yeah.
right. There's some aspects that was like, and also this dungeon has like unnecessary puzzles. Like some of the chests are like behind like this like laser thing, and it's like all these puzzles you have to solve and everything. I'm kind of like, what? Why are you doing this? Like I don't know. I'm not a fan of Persona dungeon puzzles because I feel like they're dumb and only there to make you waste time.
By
I
the
don't know,
way,
I like dungeon puzzles.
You like them? I not in Persona. I like them in like Legend of Zelda or other games, but this in Persona they're just like not really smart dungeon puzzles. Like the Okumura puzzle, it's not hard, but it's just time wasteful. Like it's not
okay,
like yeah. Go ahead.
this. Now that you're talking about puzzles, there's this one puzzle in the Shibuya jail that I want to give spotlight to because there's a hacking gate that like needs 3 generators
always
to operate.
Right.
And the first time you play the game, you don't know that, and you go to the monitor, and it's off, and they're like, oh, we need to find generators to operate them. On repeat playthroughs, when you're playing the game a second time, you obviously already know about the generators, and so I tried. Normally, you need to go to the place and watch the scene so that the characters know they need to operate generators, and then you go back and do them, right?
Right.
But I don't know if you guys knew this. You can activate the generators before you check.
right.
check the
Before you
monitor.
activate that conversation. Right.
Yeah, and the Phantom Thieves, instead of going, all right, 1 generator down, they'll be like, what did that do?
Yeah.
Yeah.
They're just like, I don't know what that does, but it's there.
It's like,
Yeah,
why did they
and
do that?
and you can like activate all three generators, and they'll be like, "Yep, that did nothing again." And then you'll discover the hacking monitor already activated, and they'll be like, "Oh, hey, the generators we activated were powering this thing. That's really good. That's
I
cool
definitely,
that we did that."
I definitely
And
found one of them. So like whenever, but the dialogue was still like, we need to find 3 generators, and it's like 1 out of 3. It's like,
so yeah, I think that right there
it's
was
amazing.
really cool. And I was like, wow, that's how puzzles on repeat playthroughs should be
Yeah, it's not
designed in
innovative
these
at all,
games. Like,
but it's not common. Is the thing.
yeah,
Right, I agree. It was nice just because of that one part. I'm so proud I just 100% Pre-5S an hour ago. Congratulations! Somebody just finished 100% the game. Wonderful. You have no
yeah,
life.
same.
Dude, I played the game
I
4
got the
times.
platinum. I got the platinum literally today.
Yeah.
The only reason I haven't gotten the platinum is because I have had to debug the game to try to get it to launch on PC.
And you didn't get the achievements or the things, or did you?
No, I've gotten every achievement except for the one where you need to fuse Lucifer.
Oh, that's just easy. You just start a new mode and you fuse them.
Yeah.
A new game plus, yeah. Yeah, I think the only one that I'm missing is the most important one. Is one of the quests. I skip when I play the game in Japanese. I was like, I never did the quest, and when I played it in English, I just wanted to play the game for streaming purposes. Like I was streaming it for people and everything. So I'm like, I'm just not gonna do the quest. And then I don't know if you guys knew this, but the PlayStation trophy list didn't update until the game actually released in the 23rd. Right. So I didn't know what trophies I was missing or not until the 23rd.
Steam also had the same thing.
And I finished the game on the 22nd. So I missed one trophy by doing some quest that because I was like, I don't really care for those quests or whatever. The friend quest that you can do where you go and do something. Like one of them is with Morgana. You get ice cream to Anne or whatever.
Right.
And I was like, I'll just do them later. And then the game's like, warning, you can't do this one later. And I was like, well, fuck it, I'm just gonna go to the next city.
I guess I'll do it now.
No, at first I was doing that, but then I was like, this is taking too long, and like I have to go look for stuff, and I'm like, I don't really feel like doing that right now. Now I'm kicking my ass because that's the only trophy, and that means I have to replay the entire game again just for this one thing. And I'm like, I'm trying to do my merciless solo run, and I'm like, I literally just trying to focus on one thing. Now I have to do this other thing, which is whatever, but still, it's I'm gonna do it eventually. I'm like, I'm taking my time. I have other games to play.
I have to say, the due to the way it released on Steam, it was quite weird because it didn't quite release on time. It was a bit early.
Yeah, like 2 hours earlier. Right?
So yeah, my first achievement is obviously the show activate showtime, and so I unlocked it on February 18th, which is people. I just find it funny if someone looks at that and then looks at the release date, and it's just
right.
It's like, this does not add up.
Right. Yeah. I don't even know what happened to that. The whole PlayStation thing. I don't know why it didn't release in time, but it's fine. It's whatever. But yeah, don't worry. Just one. I feel like none of us have time free life. If we're over here just talking about this game for 2 hours, almost 3 hours.
Oh, yeah, I have not been neglecting any DMs that I've been receiving over the course of this podcast.
Wow, you received DMs over the course of this podcast? Look at you, Mr. Popular.
Yeah, I'm just that popular. I'm just so popular.
Shout out to my friend Rice in here, who he was gonna be in this podcast, but he didn't finish the game on time.
What a loser. Titanic person.
Second dungeon.
Second dungeon.
Second
Okay, so
jail.
second jail is the jail in Sendai, which
Sendai.
funny enough, they just kind of find it. They like driving in the middle of the road, like, well, let's stop on these hot springs, and then like, oh, there's a dungeon here. I guess we'll do it.
No hot spring scenes for you yet.
Yeah, it's great.
I think that this dungeon was nice because, first of all, the music in Sendai is so good. That
Yeah, it's
city has
incredible.
so good music, such good music. I'm like, yeah, I love this music, and yeah, it was a good dungeon. I like the theme of kind of like the dragon and the kingdom looking area. It was nice, I guess.
It was Devil May Cry.
It was the only
Yeah.
You're just playing Devil May
I
Cry.
love the second jail. I really like it. Okay, and I know this is probably just me, but I think the music in the second jail might be my favorite
It's just
from the jail themes, because I just really like the way it builds up and how it goes, and how they somehow made this gothic, castle music, how they made it like kind of catchy, and I don't know how they did that. So and I loved the way that the mini bosses were like fucking poorly written,
Yeah,
like
poorly-
novel characters.
they were poorly
eh,
written as a joke, and it's
Yeah, it's great. It's great. I really love the second dungeon.
Yeah, I liked it too. It was a great dungeon. The boss battle was also a really nice boss battle. Like, it was easy. It was just kind of like, I thought it was, by the way, the easiest boss battle in the game. Oh wait, I do feel like the Reaper is the easiest battle in the game,
yeah. Reaper's easily the easiest.
but this one is maybe the second easiest boss battle. Like, I don't know, the first time I played it, I was just like boom, 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 and I was like, especially because the game just kind of gives you the hints, so like, you should totally use Yusuke on this battle.
Yeah, Yusuke in general. Once we talk about that, Yusuke, it's just Virgil. Like,
Exactly. Oh my god, I love how many moves they took from Virgil.
No, they didn't just take it; they stole it. Like full on. That's plagiarism. F on the test. You're
Yeah.
just playing Virgil.
And like the boss battle with Dragon Natsume. I just love that it's like, oh, he's like all buff now. Go do the weakness things. Hello,
There's
go
a
do them.
there's also some
hello?
Ghosts and Goblins vibes.
And it like
with-
straight up like pans the camera to the icicle and it's like, do you get what you gotta do now? do you get it? How do you spell subtle?
They
Is it
did
with
that
one
on the
D or
first
two?
3 dungeons, which kind of pissed me off. In the first one, they did it with the confetti things, with
Alice.
Alice, yeah, and then on the third dungeon with the heaters, they also did the
Oh,
same
when
thing.
they interrupt
Okay.
the
You know-
battle like for no reason.
So
Yeah.
with the third boss, it was so easy. I killed it so quick. I didn't even know that was a mechanic.
Yeah, I didn't even know that until Merciless.
Yeah.
Oh, really? I knew about
Yeah,
it.
I didn't
but,
know it was a
yeah.
mechanic until Merciless because I killed the
Yeah.
boss so quick.
I didn't. Okay, the third boss. Let's just jump into the third jail.
Yeah, I don't
thing
have
while
anything
we're
else to say
talking
on
about
the
the
second
third-
one.
Over
It was
about the
so
third boss
gross.
because okay. First of all, when
Ego?
since the jail was like all fairy tale themed and the music was fairy tale-y and
Christmas.
Kyoto as a character and as a design makes sense to have this fairy tale thing. I was wondering when I was playing the game, I wonder what sort of Disney aesthetic they're gonna go with for the villain because they didn't show her yet.
Yeah.
Is it gonna be? Is it gonna be like Snow White? Is it gonna be like Elsa, like Frozen Queen? Is it gonna be like Maleficent?
No.
I wasn't expecting
Vor
I
monster.
wasn't expecting Ursula.
Me neither. You know what? I was thinking the same thing. I was telling my girlfriend actually. I was like,
But
out of all the
gluttony.
yeah, I know exactly why they did it because of gluttony. But honestly, she was the one that I was like, she doesn't match anything with gluttony or anything. Her story or background didn't match that at all.
I think gluttony was always a little bit of a stretch, even in Persona 5. Who was gluttony in 5?
Was Kaneshiro.
Yeah, it was Kaneshiro, and like he's fat, and
It's kind of shit or
all I
not
can.
greed.
Yeah, oh,
Greed was Akumura.
yeah. You kind of had two people that were greed and like greed, sloth, and I'll get there.
Gluttony.
Gluttony kind of all go together. I feel.
Well, sloth not so much. Sloth is a different thing, but greed and gluttony definitely. Like the difference is slim.
Yeah, like the only thing I could really say that was gluttony for Kaneshiro was he was fat. Like,
Exactly.
And
honestly.
also the giant piggy bank.
Piggy bank, sure,
And also the fly that was like Beelzebub.
but he was
which is like the
just a
gluttony
fly because he was a fly. Like, there's no like significant explanation as to why he's a fly.
Well,
He just
that was
is.
like Beelzebub, which is the gluttony demon.
Yes, but why is he a fly?
Because Beelzebub.
Yeah,
Yes.
but he himself
But
doesn't
why?
have anything to represent him to be that. Yeah. But anyway, going back to the third dungeon, it was fine. It was a cool dungeon. I hated.
Hee-ho.
Yeah, I hated
no. Wait, go back. You said it was cool.
It was cool.
Yeah.
Yeah, it was cool. Yeah, it was okay. I don't think it was like I would rank it kind of like mid tier. Like not so high, but definitely
liked it.
not the
It was
highest
okay.
tier. Yeah, I get like it was okay. It was a good good dungeon. Boss battle was nice. I like the boss battle. She had a cool, interesting pattern of attacks and everything.
I can't say much about the boss battle, as I
Yeah,
said.
I didn't say it was hard. I don't think it was hard. In fact, I don't think any of the boss battles in this game was hard.
She has this whole attack where she eats one of the party members.
Yeah, I thought that's the mechanic
She-
I was meaning to. Yeah, it was a nice
she only did it once to me
uh-huh.
in my normal playthrough. She did not do it at all in Merciless, and I find that very strange.
That is strange.
In my Merciless playthrough, she didn't eat anyone, and I find that very odd.
That's
That is
just
very
a funny
odd.
sentence to say.
Yeah.
Yeah,
She
yeah,
didn't eat anyone.
yeah. It's true. Like the whole mechanic of that fight didn't happen for me in my Merciless fight.
Yeah, there were two mechanics in there that I just like the heat and the eating that I just did not run into.
The heating.
I
Anyway,
So any final thoughts on this dungeon, so we can move on to the next one.
mean,
nope.
Okay.
not
So
even the he
talk about-
not even the he horde from hell.
yeah.
Now we can talk about.
Shout out
how
to
genius-
Kehoe boys, or the Kehoe bros.
Yeah.
Come on, rep my
The
Twitter.
heroes.
The
so-
one with 5,427 followers or something like that.
Yeah.
So the next dungeon is Okinawa.
And it's
My
genius.
favorite jail in the game.
It is
Interesting. You guys like that one?
Okinawa. The
I did
fourth,
not.
the fourth Okinawa's jail is genius. It is incredible. Like it's the point that makes you go, "Oh fuck."
Yeah, there's
Yeah,
something going on.
Because the
Right.
story, because you realize that there's a deeper thing going on. Well, you knew that it was gonna come to a head at some point, but it does it in a way that's kind of unexpected. Like you don't expect it, like from the fourth jail to be so drastically different from the others, and like have it as a point where the story goes to a different direction, and it's this sort of oh shit moment.
Right.
and just the aesthetic, the music, the creepy goo bomb enemies. It's also good. Minus that one part where you have to move around on the cranes. That's kind of annoying. But
Yeah.
Yeah.
aside from
I
that,
will say the dungeon itself is the concept of the dungeon as being like this abandoned dungeon. Basically, is a cool, neat idea. The execution was a little bit
Good.
poorly done. I feel like the boss battle could have been different. Like if they had like a different boss battle for that, I feel like it would have been cooler. They just literally had that. What do you want to call it? The gatekeeper, I guess.
the warden,
The warden, yeah.
They have a name.
I think they shouldn't have had any boss fight at all for it.
Yeah.
You think so?
Or make it like a creepy deformed goo warden.
Yeah, something different. Yeah, I would have taken that over what we got.
So yeah, aside from the very lackluster end, I'd say fucking Okinawa jail is just a chef's kiss. Mwah.
Like,
From me.
also the music in that one's easily my favorite, just hands down.
Yeah.
You like that one? Max?
Just like-
I was hearing it in the first time I played the game. I was like, oh man, this music really is really good, and then it got to the really high pitched part.
Like, you
And
know,
I was like,
I
whoa.
I have a really like tinfoil hat theory with the music. I
What do you
think that the music, the guitars especially within the tracks, sound like screams, and you can kind of like put two and two together there, and
Yeah.
you know, coincide the guitars there and the screams that sound like it to you know, the human experimentation thing that might be going on in there.
Oh, that's cool. That's a
Yeah.
neat idea. I like that. Yeah, neat dungeon. I like some aspects of it. Some aspects I felt like they were all right. Against boss battle wise, but anything. Any other final thoughts on that particular dungeon?
I mean, it also felt cool because like you saw the entire dungeon within the map, and there was no like weird non areas that are just hidden off the map.
Yeah, it's
Like-
like you the first time you open the map,
It's
the
very
map,
linear.
is like, wow, is this the whole dungeon? And then it is the whole dungeon, and then it's just this really cool, short, sweet experience that I really like.
Yeah, it was definitely.
And it
was
didn't
it the
even feel
shortest
short
dungeon?
too.
No, I think
possibly
Mementos
is.
is the shortest dungeon.
Kyoto. Yeah.
Kyoto, Abyss, Jail, and the Tree of
Whatever. Tree of Wisdom.
Yeah, that
No,
only
the
has
tree
like
of
3 floors.
the
Yeah.
Tree of Siri.
it's Tree of
are-
Siri.
Yeah, the
3 of knowledge. Is that what it is?
They're the shortest.
I think it's
Yeah,
knowledge.
Tree of Knowledge. Tree of
Okay.
Knowledge.
All right,
Tree of
so
Knowledge. I think
moving on-
Tree of Knowledge is the shortest. It's literally 3 floors that are like a single
you just
room.
you just go up and like, oh, that's it. Ready to fight more mini bosses. This game loves mini bosses.
Yeah.
Does yeah.
It's
It's,
just like
It's
Oh.
one of the Musou aspects that it has.
yeah, it's like
That it loves throwing mini bosses.
alrighty.
at
So
you.
next one is Kyoto, which we just kind of talked about. That's actually my favorite dungeon. I love the
I like
style
Kyoto
of
as well.
Kyoto. Obviously, we already talked about the awakening with Senkichi and everything, but I love that whole dungeon. And I liked Senkichi's daughter Akane's outfit and everything because she's like in like this almost Phantom Thief attire and everything. I thought it was like
It was a
nice.
very cute attire.
Yeah, I
have
was
to
Yeah.
like, oh, like I dig it. I like that. And then the fact that then your final boss is literally a copy of Shadow,
You.
the main protagonist. I was like, yeah, I like that. And we literally talked about this. So we're not probably not gonna dwell much on this dungeon, but I feel like they should have done what we were talking earlier. That where you fight like a boss rush battle with like all different shadow protagonist. Every character has their own shadow or something like that. That would have been nice.
By the way,
Yeah.
Uh, the only thing I want to talk about the Kyoto jail is apparently the music, um, which is called Counterfeit Phantom.
It's just Phantom.
Yeah, apparently it has like um
Pieces from
what-
the other.
yeah,
Yeah.
pieces from a bunch of other Phantom Thief not
Meme?
memes. What the fuck am I talking about? Songs.
Yeah, song.
Right. Yeah. I got a comment like that the other day. I literally just heard about that the other day. I was like, that's super cool.
Yeah, yeah. Like
I couldn't stop humming it while I was in there.
what?
Mm.
I forgot the name of the song. I forgot the name of the life.
Life will change, or
Yeah, Life Will Change. I forgot.
Yeah.
I forgot the name. Life Will Change. Like it has Life Will Change. It has Beneath the Mask. I think. I can't hear them because I don't know shit about music.
I do.
But apparently they're there, and that's a really cool detail.
Yeah, because
So, yeah.
Akane is a huge dweeb for the Phantom Thieves.
Yeah, exactly, and it's also like a remix. It's her version of the Phantom Thieves.
Yeah, and it also has very Kyoto is a much more like traditional Japanese city, and so it has more traditional instruments and all that.
Yeah, exactly.
And I find that also really cool.
Yeah, definitely good music and the dungeon. That's easily my favorite music for the dungeon. I really liked it overall. Very, very nice.
We should have a portion just for music.
Yeah, definitely right. Even though we've been talking about like music for every dungeon and everything. Okay, so the next dungeon, unless you guys have any other Kyoto, I think we pretty much covered it earlier with Senkichi.
Okay, hold on. People really hate the teleporting aspect of it.
I
But I
liked it.
don't mind it because it wasn't that bad of a puzzle. It was quite simple to get around.
Right, yeah. As long as you knew where you were going and you remembered where he teleports you to, I didn't have any issues with it.
Like God
Yeah.
forbid you use your head.
Yeah, just like it's like an Okumura Palace puzzle, but a little bit
But
easier.
Akumura's puzzle wasn't even that bad.
Yeah, and I'm not saying that it was bad. I'm just saying like it was a little easier than the Okumura Palaces. Not that they were hard either. Just kind of something to relate it to, I guess. Yeah, I like that. I like the puzzles actually in this dungeon. They were nice, and the music was good, and I like all the themes
What was
of
the
like
music?
Kyoto. You know what you think of Kyoto with all the
Oh,
arcs and the temples and everything. It's pretty much in here. I like that a lot.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay, so I guess no other thoughts on Kyoto before we move over to the next dungeon.
I don't have any.
No,
Okay.
sir.
Cool, because the next one it's Osaka, right?
Which
Went
is
to Yakuza Town.
which is where I live.
You live in Osaka?
Nice.
Nice. All right, so Osaka is, I think, like the Kyoto, and every dungeon has like a different a team and everything. Osaka reminded me of like, I don't know, it just felt like, I don't know, I don't even know how to put it into words. It was a very different kind of dungeon. Like it looked different. It felt really Persona 5 to me. Like the other dungeons had like their own theme going on, but this dungeon particularly just felt like really Persona 5.
Yeah, it's because it's basically the spaceport.
Yeah.
Yeah, like the Osaka jail, like I'm of course I'm a little bit biased, but like it just felt it was really, really, really long. It was another one.
Oh, did you think it
Yeah.
was long? I didn't think it was that
I
long.
I thought it was like
Very.
the longest one.
Oh,
It
really?
is. It is. It is. I'm literally at that point in the merciless playthrough, and like, like in the
These
in
puzzles and the
in the
keys.
Sendai and Sapporo jails,
Mhm.
as well as a bit in the Shibuya one.
Yeah.
You go from one prison keep to the next prison keep to the next prison keep. Osaka is literally the only jail that has like 2 or 3 whole areas between each prison keep.
Yeah, like from the others, you could see the other prison keys from the first prison keep. But with Osaka,
Yeah,
like, don't you need to get on a bloody like a bloody fucking plane for one of the areas?
yeah.
Right. It's a mixed bag. There's some aspects that I liked of the game. There are some aspects that I didn't like of the dungeon. I thought it was a mixed bag in this dungeon. Although this dungeon has one of the best areas to grind into.
Yeah.
Like there was a good area where I was kind of like getting some good XP just because I needed a little bit more. The first all the dungeons up until this dungeon, I never felt like a need to grind. In fact, I was really under level all the way to the end, I think. But this dungeon, for some reason, I was like, I need to grind a little bit, just to get a little bit more stats, I think.
I never grinded.
Yeah, but I was like, I mean grind, but I only like played it in a loop for like an hour. It wasn't like I
Right.
grinded for like 3 days or anything like that. It wasn't Persona 3 grinding or anything.
Ugh.
But yeah, no. What level was you guys when you finished the game? Just out of curiosity.
I don't remember.
I think I was late 80s.
Level
I wa-
80s. Wow. Okay. What about you?
I was like 70, or I was early 70s.
Oh wow. Yeah, I was 59.
Wow.
I attribute a
How?
lot of the game's difficulty
How?
for me.
No,
to
the
how
game
much I
wasn't hard at
grind.
all. Like if you play a hack and slash, if you play hack and slash games, levels in this game is like it's almost meaningless. Like to Joker particularly, level doesn't mean shit. It's all about stats. Like in, like even if you can have a level 1 character that has like all stats maxed.
Yeah, I had a jack-o'-lantern like just for his whole purpose was to drain fire.
Yeah, exactly. And that's why you can break this game so easily because you can flip between the different weaknesses and strengths. I'm like, okay, well, that's what makes the Reaper in this game so fucking easy. Because
Yeah.
I realized
You
halfway to
pause
the
time.
battle. Yeah, you literally just flip. Okay, he's about to attack with electricity. Okay, no electricity. He's about to attack with fire. Okay, absorb fire. Attack with wind. Okay, absorb wind. At the end of the day, he just became a giant healer. Every time that I was taking damage, I'm like,
Yeah.
I'm not even gonna worry about it. I just heal whenever he attacks next.
I
Yeah.
love the fact that you can just fucking walk up to the Reaper and beat the shit out of him in this game.
Right? Yeah. Somebody
It
was
just
like,
fucking, you just go to the Reaper and you're just
It's like
yeah, somebody was like, why don't I have money in this game? I'm like, dude, just fight the Reaper like 3 times and you have enough money for whatever you need. Like, I don't know,
Yeah.
this game just gave you plenty of everything. I love post game. We can talk about post game in later, but this game has a good post game with like all these additional boss battles that you can fight and all this other additional stuff. I like maybe because I didn't do any of the quest until the end. But I had like another like 20 hours of fun just me like doing all the quests and like fighting the bosses over again until like I was like tired of them. But I just did the bosses a bunch of times. So I was like having fun.
I did all the requests as they came. Like I would not I would not continue the story until I did every single request.
yeah, same.
Oh really?
Oh, also, by the way, whoever designed the Thieves Challenged requests, fuck you.
Oh
What?
well, just
They-
wait
they-
until the
they-
end. That-
Wait, no, wait, they weren't
What?
even hard.
They
because
weren't
you
hard
don't-
at
No,
all, yeah.
one particular one, only the Osaka one, is hard.
Oh, the second one
Yeah,
is hard. Yeah, I
The
get
Osaka
that.
one is hard because you have to go half across. Even I think you need to go through the entire thing.
Yeah, you have to go through the entire thing, and at the very end is a side-scrolling section with really dickish spotlights.
Yeah,
That one was so mean.
Yeah.
you get to the very end. It's like, oh well.
Yeah, that
Right.
that's
No, I
the,
totally
that's
agree
the
with
one
you.
I'm talking about because it's not hard, it's just mean. And I don't like that.
It's just unfair. No, I get it. So any Osaka, anything else you guys want to talk about the Osaka jail?
I mean, it's long. It's
Best boss fight in the game.
Boss fight was
The boss
really,
fight was
really
good. Yeah, that was definitely one of the best aspects. When he
Yeah.
when he mounted that Gundam looking thing,
And rivers and deserts started playing.
I was like, oh shit, that was a good
Yo.
one, right?
Yo, like, how ballsy do you have to be to make Rivers in the Desert the Phase 1 music?
Right.
Huh? Huh?
Then Counter Strike plays. It's like, oh, oh, oh.
And then he takes, like, a samurai stance, and I'm going, stop it.
Let me tell you,
Get so good.
there was nothing more fun than fighting him as Yusuke alone. Yusuke essentially 1v1 against him was just the battle of the anime dweebs, and it was amazing.
You know, one
It's
thing that I wanted
it's
this
sad
game.
that you can't switch out Joker.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Like,
I agree.
I would love to do that.
Like, since I'm sure you're in the modding community, if one of you guys can like Karasu, since you guys can like maybe somebody, I'm hoping they can mod Joker out, so you can have like a party without Joker. That would be cool. I don't know if
maybe?
it's possible.
We'll see.
But it could be possible. I feel like it could.
I mean, I'm not really supposed to say anything, so shh.
Okay. But it'll be nice. That's what I'm saying. Let's see. Any other thoughts on Osaka Zero? I don't have anything else. I really don't. It was a nice boss battle. Yeah, I like that.
Yeah, I mean,
Yeah,
that's
it was
about
it was alright. Yeah. So the next two work. I'm kind of gonna merge them together because story wise they're so short that I don't,
They're the same.
yeah, they're basically they should have just. I said this in my own video when I talked about the dungeons, but I feel like they could have just done these two together, like just have one dungeon instead of two. Like story wise, it makes sense why they did it, but like truly the dungeons were so short. I'm like, why are we? What the Mementos dungeons was just dumb.
I wasn't a big fan of them because they were just so short, and like there was like, here's a bunch of high level enemies. Here's the bugs finally, just in case you didn't want to fuse him. Because oh my god, I was trying to fuse bugs because the only way I could fuse him was getting like a level 65 persona that started at level 10.
I want to talk about the fusion system, and
Yeah.
so that's one of the things that I will talk about in a second. So yeah,
But,
we'll
like,
definitely.
I
bring
saw
it up.
I saw bugs there. It's like, oh, so all that grinding, all that persona points I fused into Picasso was for nothing.
Yeah,
Okay.
same. That was pretty frustrating. So also the two last jails is where the whole fucking Siri same old shtick again.
Yeah.
Rigmarole was happening, you know, second verse same as the first, but a whole lot louder and a whole lot worse. And it was just pretty aggravating to have that combined with the fact that the dungeons just look like mementos. And
Yeah, it was just
Yeah.
so samey. Like I was like, I don't know, I just wanted something else, and it just wasn't it. Like I don't know, that whole area, and then the next area was like, you could have done it better. The approach, I'm still debating myself on whether I like Siri as like a final boss or anything. But overall, I feel like it could have handled a different way, so it didn't feel as like samey and kind of like so Persona 5, kind of like copy paste all the time, all the dungeon feeling and everything. And then some of the final boss not a final boss. I'm sorry. Yeah, one of the final mini bosses before you get to the final boss. It's Metatron, and he's just an inflated boss battle. Like he has a bunch of health, and it wasn't even a good boss battle.
What did he
Metatron,
have a lot of health?
yeah,
Did he?
I don't know. I was level 50 when I fought
I
him.
just had a bunch of persona. Like I had a Baden, so I just like Aegon.
Yeah,
I
he
just
had a
nulled
lot of
his,
health.
Vorpal blade. Not Vorpal blade.
The shields.
the-
Deathbound.
Not it wasn't even Deathbound. It was the one that the one it's a severe damage to foes with a high chance of crit.
Oh,
I know that's like half the skills, but
was a
it's either Abaddon has Deathbound and Agneastra, I think.
Well, I'm talking about I had a Baden, so he was resistant to physical, and I think he eats just bless too,
nice, nice.
or at least I had him eat bless, so I just won.
Yeah, I don't think it was a hard battle. I just feel like a lot of these mini bosses were just like inflated versions
Just
of
a
the
bunch of
same
health.
character with like a
Damage
bunch of
sponges.
health. Yeah.
Yeah,
Like I don't know, they could have done the mini bosses a little bit smarter and a little bit better. They just weren't really super smart. So we're gonna jump into, I guess, the final boss, unless you guys have anything else as far as like.
okay. I don't have anything. I like the final boss, honestly.
Yeah, I did too.
Same.
I like that you cannot fight them and then you fight them again, and then I guess you have the heads that you have to fight, and then you go on kind of like fight them one more time.
The balls with the funky names.
Yeah.
What was up with that? That was I need to know, like, what is that a reference to something, and they just came up with?
Like Hod and Yesod and
I'm pretty
those
sure
are
they're
the two
all
I
on
remember.
Gnostic.
Yeah,
Like there's
whatever
it was
Demiurge is from.
Kathir, Chakma, Chesed, Benaya, Jebra, I think was one. That was the ice one. And then I know Hod was one because he had Megadolian.
Yeah,
Um,
and Futapa was like, "That Hod one is bad news. Take it out quick."
I just
I had
killed
such
the
a
one
fun
that
time with that.
I
That
just
was
killed the one that
Yeah.
gave or summoned a soldier,
yeah.
and
That's
just-
the ones that I will go for first too. Although
and then I just decided to
yeah,
go for whatever.
yeah. Although the AI in this game with your characters is not good. Like, it's
Okay,
kind
it
of stupid.
was actually better than I expected.
Oh, okay. We'll I don't know if you guys want to go ahead and jump into gameplay, or did you guys have any final
Yeah.
thoughts on this?
Okay. I looked up and the enemies that spawn, the names for them do have meanings. So Keter spawns a lock keeper, and that name means crown. They're all derived from the 10 circles of the Sephiroth, which are in contrast to the Quiffloth that the Mentos represents.
Oh, okay. So is that
Yeah, so Chakma is wisdom, Benai is understanding, Chesed is mercy, Geneva is justice, Tiferet is beauty, Nesach is victory, Hod is glory, Yasad is foundation, and Malkuth is kingdom.
Nice.
nice.
And now you know.
Okay.
Okay. Now we learned something new in the teams of Persona 5 strikers that they were
Yeah.
going for, which is all represented by spheres of the Tree of Life. The
Yeah.
Tree of Knowledge. I literally just looked up some stuff and I was like, oh, look at all the spheres of the Tree of Life, which all makes sense, I guess. No, it's pretty cool stuff. I actually liked a lot of the aspects of the symbolism of the game, although again, it just felt really similar to the previous game of Persona. I don't feel like the symbolism was anything out of the ordinary, but maybe if we look deeper, we probably find some other stuff. So gameplay, I mentioned before, pertaining to the gameplay, that I was really afraid of the Muso games. Like, I just didn't want one for Persona. But what we got was really fun. I wouldn't say it's like super good, because again, I can't really compare it to games like Devil May Cry, because it'll be like almost unfair. I feel like I put DMC in kind of like a specific place as far as like hack and slash and what he done for the genre. or even games like Demon Souls or Dark Souls or any of that stuff. So it doesn't really do that, but it itself is fun and it's engaging. A lot of people said it was a little button smashy, but I check on those combos. I actually enjoyed a lot of the different combos they did. But what did you guys feel of the gameplay?
Certain characters felt much better than others, I will say. Like, Yusuke was probably my favorite to play because I like playing Virgil in DMC. So you'll like Virgil. Or I just called Fox Virgil. But, you know, but certain characters just didn't feel fun to play. Like, On
I
just
was-
didn't. I
What?
wasn't a fan of On.
What? Oh man, really? I really love playing as Anne. She had a lot of cool stuff. I actually like playing as her. Morgana
My
was the
f-
one I hated playing at. Every time I will
Yeah.
do a combo with a triangle and he turns into a fucking boss, I'll be like, "You're fucking me up right now, Morgana." Every time.
No, Morgana was actually one of my favorites
Oh,
to play.
really?
I wasn't expecting him to be so fun because they're like the moment I took control of Morgana and then just his walk cycle, just
Oh, I love that. I
Like,
love using him to
I
run
tweet-
because he's
I
so
tweeted-
fast.
I tweeted about it, and when he runs, they do the little cloud thing over his legs, and they gave him cartoon sound effects.
Yeah.
Even his
for
jump
some
is a
reason-
cartoon sound effect.
Yeah, like a shit ton of cartoon sound effects. Like a lot of fun all around Morgana. I wasn't expecting to have as much fun playing as him. Although the thing that I was worried about for all the party members is, you know, in Warriors games, you don't typically have party members, and you're just playing as one person, and you have to dodge all of the attacks, and you have to heal yourself, and all of that stuff you have to worry about yourself. But here you have a party, and I was like, it'd be pretty frustrating if like the party members, like if the party members got hit by an attack and they die, it's not your fault.
Yeah,
You're controlling the play. You're controlling one character,
Yeah.
not all of them. If the other party members keep dying and they can't stay alive, and it's not your fault because you're not controlling them, then that would be very frustrating and unfun very fast. So, and I was worried that they'd be really bad about buffing and healing. They're actually pretty good at buffing and healing.
Yeah. They're not good
Well,
at reviving though. They do not revive.
They do not revive. They do not debuff though. They do not revive and they do not debuff.
Yeah.
Like I like manually switch to Okay, first of all, I always have Zenkichi in the party because
Shinkichi was
like-
broke.
okay,
Oh my God.
I'd love to be a fly on the wall when they were having the conversation about Zenkichi on the design team, because they were like, okay, so Zenkichi's gonna have physical attacks and Almighty. He's not gonna have an element, and having an element is really good in this game because taking advantage of weaknesses and doing all out attacks and showtime attacks is like the only way of doing really big damage against boss fights that have a shit ton of health and just absorb hits like sponges.
Right, so just doubles
So-
damage.
So how are we gonna make Zenkichi, who doesn't have an element, useful? Okay, hear me out. Make him do a shit ton of damage anyway, and give him both Heat Riser and Debilitate.
Because why not?
And also firm stance and enduring
And
Soul.
charge.
Oh yeah, it's just like
He's just absolutely broken. I love him
Smoker
so
doesn't
much.
die.
the most broken part about him was his self-heal aspect. Because like I thought it would be like you can only gain health you used for Fury mode. But no, like you can go from 1 health to full health just by hitting people.
Right. Oh man, he's so good. I love him too much. I also loved how good Sophie is as far as like a healer. She and damage dealer. She was actually pretty good. I used her the entirety of my gameplay.
Her square triangle combo where she just like does both her yo-yos in both hands, just kind of
Yeah. And you can continue to, if you continue to press triangle, she continues
it just
to
keeps doing
loops
it.
the thing. I love that. You continually do damage and everything.
It just does way too much damage.
Exactly. Especially when once you do the buffing thing, because some characters have a buff, an automatic buff when they use them. Like Anne, for example, she increases her damage using the triangle button. And then you can still do your combos, but now she's doing more damage because of her own buff. On top of that, you can buff herself, and then you can do what was that? The one that increases the attack, and then you can buff the other one that.
Tarakasha.
Yeah, and then you can do the concentrate to do even more damage. Anne did a lot of fire damage. She's the one of the, I would say she's the best dark mage because of that triangle buff that she does herself.
Her gun was also just stupid. If
Oh,
anything was
yeah.
weak to gun, you just
Yeah, you.
Yeah, and just shreds. Like in the third jail, the Mothman boss fight, the mini boss.
what
Just
boss?
a
and
mini
just
boss, yeah.
melts that thing. It's so good.
Also,
And there's one in
increases-
the Kyoto jail too.
She also increases her showtime with the gun a lot faster than everything else. Like whenever I needed to do a showtime, I just pull out with her gun, and by the time that she's done shooting, she has like enough to do the showtimes. The showtimes in
I
this
don't
game
know if
are kind of broken too.
I don't know if it was just me, but Zenkichi's showtime was like, it just kept happening. Like,
I think it's the amount
just-
of damage that he does. I think
Yeah.
that the it was based on damage, and Senkichi, like we said earlier, he just does so much damage that he just gets a back up. I think the same thing with Joker for me actually. Jokers and Senkichis and Anne, it was just happening like all the time.
yeah, like I would use Zenkichi's showtime, and then like 2 minutes later, I would have, not even 2 minutes, like 10, 15 seconds later, I would have another. It's like, okay.
By the
Yeah.
way, did you with Zenkichi's persona? Did y'all have that click? I was like, he was like Valjean, and I was like, from Les Miserables, and then I went to his stats and looked at the background of his persona and was like, oh, it is.
Yeah, it is. Yeah.
I just said that thing like as a joke, but it actually okay.
Yeah, for
So-
sure. I like his team, and I like he's a good character. The one character I didn't like to play as, that I just thought something just went wrong, was Ryuji. He was
Yeah.
so slow. He wasn't doing a lot of damage. I don't know why.
Landing the charge attack did feel good though,
Oh yeah,
Did
definitely.
it though?
and just having
I disagree. Like
well,
they just
fine.
I
like
don't know. He was so
the
slow.
charge attacks just like
Yeah.
to make up for him being able to charge his attacks, they made his normal attacks slow and do less damage. Sure, it makes sense.
And also-
except for the fact Zenkichi exists and he just does a lot of damage anyway.
Right, especially
Yeah.
the other thing that makes Ryuji not
Plus
kind
a
of
shit ton
good
of utility.
is his shotgun. Is obviously a shotgun. Also his wrenching his weapon is not even good either. that you have to be right next to the enemy to be doing damage with the shotgun. I'm like, why will I shoot a character or an enemy if I can hit them, right? And if I can hit them, why will I use Ryuji if I can use literally anybody else? That's just like
Yeah,
my
and also with the charge, with the charge, to make the charge viable, they made his triangle him just not flinching, which is a waste of a special,
right.
if you ask me.
It is 100%.
But whatever.
Yeah. Anyway, everybody else had fun.
Sometimes it runs off.
Yeah.
And sometimes it like runs off while you're charging, and some fucking dude will slap you while you're charging. It's very annoying. Anyway.
Okay, now who is cool
I think
is
that brings-
Haru. Haru is sorry. Go ahead.
I think I think that's sort of rectified with the, what are they called, master arts, I think.
Yeah.
But
A
we can
little
get
bit,
into this
yeah.
later.
You get them too late. The ones that make him better,
No,
you
you
get
don't.
them way too late.
No, you don't.
Mhm.
You don't get them late.
Yeah,
I had all of them. I had all of them by the third or fourth jail.
that's too late. That's
Yeah,
how.
same.
That's 3/4 of the game.
If you think so.
Yeah, it is. It is too late. For someone to covering some of the weaknesses is too late in the game. I feel like that's 3/4 of the game. By that point, you already have your characters, kind of like the character team that you kind of like to use. Although again, I do not recommend just having one team. I recommend just having everybody good, just for reasons. However, I was going to talk about Haru because I love playing as Haru. Her axe
Yeah, she's
and
awesome.
the grenade launcher, it was just such a good combo.
Infinite grenade launcher is.
They turned it into a nuke. It's amazing.
Yeah,
A nuke that you can spam.
exactly.
And also how she can just spam her Sio attack from her
Seodyne.
persona and on enemies that are weak to psychic, it just melts them.
Right, that's what made the third boss fight so easy.
Yeah, you can just have her melt in a tornado of psychic. Which, by the way, it's weird that psychic is shown as a tornado a lot
Yeah, it's weird.
in this game. Odd. Anyway,
Right.
but you know,
How about that?
Yeah,
It is what it
okay,
is.
and I guess Makoto just plays literally exactly how I thought she was gonna play.
Makoto's
yeah, same.
super boring.
You'd
don't know,
think
she's-
you'd think she's like 20 feet tall with how much range her arms and legs.
Her
How?
kicks, when her jump attacks, when she's jumping and doing
Yeah, her
that.
air combo's weird.
She's
like-
incredible.
Why?
she's
why is
awesome.
she's also like super broken? I think.
She's incredible.
I don't think so. Like, I think the only thing that I really liked about Makoto was that just her air combo just went on forever and
Right.
ever and
Yeah.
ever.
Exactly. Because that's what I mean. Like her combo and damage was really good. I like that. One of my my go tos when I was like, who should I have in my party? I was like, Makoto does a lot of damage. I like her.
Like, I had Makoto was easily my least played.
Oh, was it
because,
really?
Like when everyone was like late 80s, Makoto was late 60s in terms
Oh.
of level.
When I went to
didn't play that.
my
Like,
final boss battle, Joker was level 58, and everybody else was like in their 50s, and then Morgana, Ryuji, they were like level like 30.
It's still crazy to me.
I love the, like, you don't even notice how big that level difference is until you actually look at it.
Yeah, but you know what? That's one of the things about this game that I don't know. I don't know if I feel like it's unbalanced or not. I don't feel like it's unbalanced because you can still use your ability as a player to beat a game, even if the level still like if there's a level gap. But yeah, I mean, like I didn't think that the boss battle was. I don't think anything in this game is hard. Yeah, I don't think so. I just liked it. It was just a fun game to play.
Unless, of course, you're talking about merciless
Merciless.
difficulty.
Then there's like little
Let,
fun going on in there.
let's talk about merciless, because we're talking about the gameplay. The
Yeah.
gameplay
Oh
now.
my
Finally,
god. I got
It only took
distracted.
us 4 hours.
yeah.
I got
Okay,
distracted on
merciless
Merciless.
is genius.
How
Merciless
do you
is
think
genius.
it's genius?
Because when I had the experience of getting ZO'd by a pixie and getting one shot, I realized that every battle was in the first dungeon was gonna be like every battle is gonna be like against 30 of these,
Yeah. I guess,
and
yeah.
and every one of them can one shot me just instantly.
Anytime. Yeah.
I
And the whole appeal of this game of like the warriors sort of thing is just being this super badass that can just plow through enemies, but now these enemies can one shot you.
Yeah.
That doesn't sound fun. I do not want this at all. But what it does is, instead of usually in hard modes in games, they also, including Persona 4. I know 3, 4, and 5 do it. You get less experience and you get less money in hard modes in a lot of JRPGs,
Yeah.
right? No.
But you get more.
This time you get a shit ton of everything after every battle, including super rare items that permanently boost your stats,
Yeah, that is
which
so good, by
kind
the
of
way.
compensates for the difficulty too, because the enemies are more powerful, but you slowly become much more powerful, and by the end you do become this super powerful badass that can plow through enemies, which is the appeal of these games. And it makes every battle super hard but also super rewarding. And
Right.
it makes this difficulty kind of addicting.
Yeah, it definitely is. It actually
And
reminded me of
that-
like a Dark Souls mix in that aspect that the characters, the enemies just can destroy you at any moment. Like you said, like a fucking pixie. At least level 2.
Yeah.
It can just destroy you at any point or anything really. I remember the first mini boss that you fight, the horse Bicorn. I got distracted for like a second. Like I literally, like, the boss battle started. He started charging. I looked at the chat and I died.
I think I personally think that playing Merciless, the 1v1 battles are so much easier than the ones that are like a million versus 4. Because like 1v1 battles, your attention is entirely
Oh, yeah,
focused
100%, yeah.
on the boss. Like boss battles in general are,
Oh yeah,
I think are
absolutely.
they're not easier on Merciless, but they're like more manageable.
The hacking
Oh,
the hacking battles where you have to protect Futaba are nightmares.
Oh
in
man,
Merciless.
100%. They
like-
I
are.
hate them so. I literally stand in front of Futaba and spam spells.
Futaba just becomes a paperweight.
That's what I do. I sit in
You know
front
what-
of Futaba.
what
I
I
do not
do?
move, and I spam AoE spells.
I just heal her.
Yeah.
I'm literally just healing Futaba. I'm like, I don't care. I'm just feeling.
Well, yeah. You can't raise her from the dead though.
Yeah. Well, as long as you're healing her, she'll be okay. No, I agree with you though. They're a pain in the ass in Merciless. For sure.
Yep. Very difficult.
Alrighty, so we went through gameplay. Any other aspects of the gameplay you want to discuss before we move on into other details?
There's one thing.
Also, guys, while you
small
guys are
thi- one
thinking-
s- one small thing, just
go
one
ahead.
tiny thing that we have neglected to mention. One itsy bitsy thing, the fusion.
Oh no, that I do have that here in the other details. That will be a pointless. We can go ahead and talk about that. But before we continue here, everybody watching, if you guys want to drop some questions here, after we talk about the next points, we'll be answering some additional questions. So if you guys have any questions you want to ask or anything, feel free to go ahead and drop those in the comments. So yeah, fusions. I hate the Velvet Room in this game.
What?
I 100% hated it so much, except for the PP point system, which is the interesting aspect of it. But what I mean by this is this: you only have
Excuse
70
me.
personas.
Oh God.
Which is not a lot. And the other aspect is the actual, like, some fusion requires you to have a level of a specific persona. It can be like freaking level 2 Jack-o'-lantern or Pixie or whatever, and it needs to be a level 50. And you have to... That's what I'm talking about. That's what really pissed me off. Because to do some of those missions to... what is that? Some of them. There's one of them. To make Yoshitsune, one of the personas
Bugs.
you have to do, or bugs. There's some actual requirements that you have to do, and I'm like, well, fuck you and fuck you harder. But then at the same time, I realized that it's easy if you do it on New Game Plus Merciless, because the lowest level is level 70.
Yeah. By the way, can I just say that you say PP points, but the second P in PP stands for points.
So it's literally just
So
PP. Well,
you're saying
PvP?
persona points.
Well, what do you call that then?
So
Just
it-
PP
it-
what? Just the PP?
It's just PP. It's just PP.
Well, I'm just trying to avoid demonetization here, right? I need some context.
We have
We're
we have
just-
said the word fuck like 20 times in
Yeah,
this.
but we're not gonna be
You're not
talking about the
monet-
PP
Yeah,
now
not-
at
you're
this
not
point.
I
monet-
didn't ask you if I could say the fuck word. I'm sorry.
I don't care.
Oh.
I'm just
just-
fucking
I
around
just
here. I don't care.
assumed.
Literally
like,
curses.
I just skirt
We
around
just
it
been
in the beginning.
cursing the entire time. Like, hey, it's fine. But no, the PP, just like, why? I don't even know. I just feel uncomfortable talking about the PP.
PP, go home.
I'm a fucking child.
Man.
Well,
Okay, so what do you guys
PP?
think about the fusions now that we're talking about the PP?
I did like the fact that even if you didn't have the personas on you, you could fuse, and it showed you how much money the ingredient personas cost, and it was like, yo, you can like buy them and fuse them in one step, and it was great.
I think Q2 did that. I think Persona Q2 did
Did
that
it?
as well.
Yeah, it did. It kinda did.
Oh, I forgot about that.
Yeah.
I do remember that it did something cool with the fusion, but I did like that they kept it for strikers. Also, the thing where if you found a persona, if you got a mask, but your stock was full, it got registered in the
Yeah.
compendium, and the first time you summon it was free. That was really cool too.
And you also
Yeah.
gain PP.
Yeah.
Uh,
Plus, you know the accumulated power exploit
uh,
where you can just loop.
Loop
I
what?
can't say I do.
I don't know. I had. Let me tell you what happened. I had a fusion mistake that gave me a level 92 fusion that was like 10,000 yen. So I literally just bought her like a bunch of times, and then I killed her a bunch of times, and I had millions of PP.
Yeah, that's what you do.
I had one fusion accident my entire game.
Yeah, I had like 2 or 3 of them actually. It kind of pissed me off.
There's so many questions.
Especially-
in the chat now.
It's fine. We'll revisit that in a second. Yeah, that pissed me off because I was trying to do a level 99 persona that I could fuse with everything. So I don't know if you guys know this, but in this game, the stat increase is actually hereditary. You can transfer that into the next persona you fuse onto. So you can continuously do that to create personas up until level 99 stats, which is what I was trying to do. And while I was trying to do that,
Yeah, I did it.
I had multiple fusion mistakes. Like I had like 2 or 3 happening, and I was so pissed off. I was like, "Are you kidding me? How did I get this twice in a row?" Like it's so uncommon already, and the fact that I just get it like continuously just pissed me off. I was like, "Forget about it. I'm not doing this whole thing. I'm like so tired of doing
Well,
it."
it
Anyway.
doesn't end the loop. It doesn't end the loop if you like if you're doing the loop to get the accumulated stats.
No, but
if you get a
it
fusion
messed
mistake,
up the.
you can just fuse it. You can just fuse that persona into one of the personas needed for the loop, and you can just continue.
Yeah, but he messed it up for me. I got like
cool like
something
that.
completely different. So some fusions cannot be fused with something else. It has something to do with the arcana that they belong into, and one of the fusions that I got did not match into the next arcana.
Yeah.
So it was just kind of like it just messed it up for me. So I had to go back and kind of like try to do it again, and I was like, forget about it. I don't have time for this. I just want to play the game. So.
Yep.
Anything else?
One thing I did notice
Yeah,
is that. Hold on, I have a burp coming on. Never mind. Is that the Arcana were like really hard to tell what were, because like they were much more hidden than other games in the series have been.
Yeah, and I think that has just something to do with this game.
The lack of social links.
Yeah, the lack of like social links and the lack of like the fusion system it was just like lackluster. Like you can't pick to choose this and this one. The it just kind of just tells you, hey, you can fuse these ones and get this one. It was like the other way around. Like in any Persona game, you choose A and B and you get C. But this game is just like, okay, you can get C by doing A, B, or AD, or you know what I'm talking about? Like the fusion system was like done differently, and I liked it because it served its purpose as far as like what you wanted to do and everything. But at the same time, it felt like really lackluster, and it was like lacking a lot of the different stuff that you can do. Like for example, you come back and to the Velvet Room, and what's her name? I forgot she's like, hey, by the way, you can now do 5-way fusions, and I was like, it didn't even matter before. Yeah, it's like finally, but also like it didn't even matter before because we don't really get to choose which personas get to fuse with or whatever. The game just kind of just tells
literally the only you unlock 5 like pentafusion. And literally the only persona that is fused with pentafusion in the entire game, I think, is Lucifer, which is only unlocked in New Game Plus. Or Yoshitsune might also be a pentafusion.
Yeah, I think
Yoshitsune it might also be either 5 or 4. But still, very few.
Yeah, very, very,
either
very
one
few.
Or 2.
Yeah. So it was just kind of like, okay, whatever. I feel like we probably needed a little bit more personas. Just for enemy variation. I feel like this game lacked enemy variation between dungeons.
Yeah, like every dungeon had like a set of like 10 demons it could be, like, and you just by looking at what demons it was, you could tell, like, you know, you could tell by, you know, the first second you step into the Sapporo dungeon, you know, On will be good, but also she will die in 2 seconds here. And Yusuke, just don't bring Yusuke.
Yeah, just don't bring Yusuke at all. Exactly. Yeah, no, there was some aspects that I'm kind of like, okay, like I feel like more enemy variation in this game would have been good, especially because again I really liked the gameplay. It was really fun, but it kind of goes hand in hand with what you're fighting. That's kind of why I like the boss battles the most out of everything. I think the boss battles were like the most fun that I had in the game. So the other points that I have as far as details was pertaining to performance of the game, and that can be a lot of different things, like the way that it looked, the animations, the music, anything.
Okay.
Like
the animations.
We already sort of talk about it.
Oh, we talked about the
Hold
PC performance, but go ahead.
Hold on. So I'm not sure if anyone noticed, but whenever you blow up anything as Joker, his cape, like, it loses all physics.
Does it
What?
really? I have not noticed that
Yeah,
at all.
next time
I
you
did
blow
not
up
notice this.
next time you blow up something as Joker, look at his, like, the tail coats, what are they called? The very ends of his coat,
Mhm.
What do
and
you
they're
mean
just
blow up? Like when you
Like a
go on a
car,
car
or
and
yeah.
yeah, when you
like
go in a car, and blow it up.
Hmm.
Like, what his coattails, that's what they are. Like, they just become stiff as a rock. Like,
for
they
how
complete
long?
for as long as the animation lasts.
Okay.
You can even see it in the trailer for the game.
Wow. I did
Interesting.
not notice this.
So
Yeah, I noticed it and I can't get my eyes off it.
I think it's one of those things that is only jarring once you kind of pick up on it, and now every time that you know about it, you kind of just see it, and you're
Well,
like, oh.
if you look at Joker while you blow something up, you can notice it. Just, it's not hard to notice at all. You just gotta look at him.
I don't know. I guess I didn't look at him much enough. Yeah, I haven't not noticed that. So this game was done in a different engine from Persona 5 or Persona 5 Royal, and I feel like it's noticeable in some aspects. Did you guys see anything that felt like different from the previous game?
Well, one thing, it was a no, I'm not gonna be a smartass. Uh, the anti-alias thing I mentioned earlier is
Yeah.
still abysmal. Like, the game looks better with no anti-aliasing, honestly, because it just somehow ruins everything.
Yeah, I don't know. To me, the anti-aliasing on the other hand was kind of like the lines just pixelated. I'm like, why these look so bad? Yeah,
Like, it looks especially bad on Ryuji's hair.
oh, for sure, yeah, it really does. But although we are kind of talking crap about this part, I do want to commend the really nice 3D animations they did. I actually like them. Did you guys know what I'm
Oh
talking
yeah,
about?
the cutscene and the animations.
Yeah,
and
the 3D cutscene animations. Because Persona 5 or Persona 5 Royal had 2D animated cutscenes, but then this game changed it up by having some animated cutscenes, 2D animated cutscenes, but they had a lot of 3D animated cutscenes, and I actually quite enjoyed them. They look pretty
Yeah.
good.
Yeah, they were great. Like the scene where the police like like go to the hotel the thieves are staying in Kyoto and stuff.
Oh right, yeah, yeah.
Oh yeah, I know
And
exactly what you're talking about now. Yeah,
and I remember seeing that and I was like, whoa, this is different.
yeah,
Yeah, this looks cool.
yeah. I
Yeah.
liked a lot of these cutscenes, and especially the first one when they are in the Shibuya jail and everything. There's this cutscene where they all get kind of like a slow mo. There's one like it's like Ryuji, Anne, and Morgana, and they kind of jump in like a slow mo thing, and you kind of see them with like an explosion on the background and everything. I thought it was just really stylish. Like I was like, if this fits like the stylish motif for the Persona 5 game, like it's just cool looking and everything. I enjoyed it a lot.
What do you think about the opening?
The opening itself is, it's better than Persona 5 Royals.
Yeah, the animation's definitely better because, like, your head doesn't hurt from looking at it. Because Royals was like, especially with Kasumi's dance with the umbrella. Oh my god, I get so sick looking at it because it's just
Yeah.
like 5 frames a second.
Yeah, I don't know. Yeah, I like
And
the
al-
opening.
and-
Go ahead.
And also, there's this one frame in Royals opening that repeats weirdly when
Is there?
they're walking around in the city with baseball bats
Right.
and breaking stuff. There's one scene with Haru and Makoto Haru and Makoto, I think, where they're walking, then it cuts off to a different thing, and then it cuts back to like 1 or 2 frames of Haru and Makoto walking again, and it's really jarring.
I haven't
Next
noticed.
time,
I'll have to look at it next
next
time.
time you watch, next time you watch that trailer, just notice when it's the part with the baseball bats and the buildings. You're gonna notice it.
Yeah. Okay. Oh,
So yeah, I really like the Strikers opening.
Yeah. I liked
Uh,
it too. I thought it was nice. I thought it was weird that they spoiled Senkichi in the opening.
yeah.
Like, because it seems like a very big twist to kind of just spoil.
I don't think they like. I don't think that he was the point to be a twist. I think like the entire time you should be thinking, this guy would be cool on the Phantom Thieves. Honestly.
Yeah,
Like-
I think so. I mean,
Yeah.
I agree with you. I just feel like I wish they hadn't. Oh, you know what? I just saw that the frames you were talking about. You're right. They do repeat that same part again.
well, it's not that they repeat it; they continue it. It's a continuation, I think, and they just cut back to it for no reason.
Mm,
Me actually-
I'm
wait.
not sure if I'm not sure if it's the same frame that repeats or if it's continuing.
I'm
okay,
gonna
well,
I'm gonna watch the Royal opening real quick for this.
So yeah,
P5R. Royal.
okay. So frame
Royal.
at 42 seconds, no, 41 seconds, and then it goes back again at 46. No, it is the same frame. It is the same frame. It just kind of, you were saying continue, but it does come back to the 40.
Wait, which version are you watching?
Persona 5 Royal official opening cinematic
Okay.
trailer. It is 1 minute and 35 seconds.
So, at 40 seconds, right?
Yeah, like about like 40 seconds. That's when you see the first time that they show up.
Okay. When does it? Oh wait! Whoa! 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 Whoa!
did you see it?
What the?
Yeah, it's the same. It's the same frame. It's the same animation. It's literally the same one. They repeated it again.
Isn't it? Isn't it really jarring?
I hate this now.
I hate it more. I
I'm
hate it even
sorry,
more
I'm
than
sorry.
before.
I'm sorry that I pointed it out.
No, you're
But,
good. You're good.
yeah.
I probably should have just screen shared this with everybody because now people are gonna be like, "What the fuck are they talking about?" Let me see if I can screen share this real quick with everybody in the stream here. Sorry about that, guys. We're rambling here, and you guys don't even know what we're talking about. Man, no, you're right. You're 100% right. I see that now, and it bothers me a lot. So
I
it-
hate you.
because it bothers me now, we all have to watch it. All right, guys. So we see it here. So at second 40, okay, we're gonna do it 39 here. So you guys are gonna see this animation where Makoto just kind of jumps over and walks a little bit, and then again you see the cutscene right there again. Actually,
Are you sharing the screen right now?
yeah, I'm sharing the screen now.
I don't see it. Oh, okay. It just popped out now.
Yeah. So one more time, we'll see it right here. Does the walk, then goes for there.
Yeah. Yeah, they're walking. and
She just jitters.
then boom again.
It's like why did you guys do that? That's what we're talking about. Now that not so everybody's in the loop as far as like our conversation.
Now I'm mad. Now I'm depressed. Now I'm
Like what? Why did you show me this? Man.
okay.
All right. Well, now we're gonna continue here with it. So that was
Yeah.
like a weird interruption for that. So yeah, performance-wise, I like the game. I thought it looked okay. The engine for Moso is not necessarily made for cell shading, which is why it probably
Yeah.
looks like the way it does with the anti-aliasing and everything.
Koei Tecmo is just not that great with like kind of their optimization engines and stuff like that. I don't like Koei Tecmo. Tecmo?
Tecmo. I don't know. I'm not a fan, like I said. So I'm not gonna be worried about this.
Yep.
Yeah, I've never been a big fan, so I'm like,
Yeah.
it's okay. You know, whether they made a good game, I enjoyed Persona Striker, so I'm gonna move on with my life. I thought about playing the Zelda one, but I played a demo and the frames were dropping single digits, and I was like,
Yeah.
I'm not doing this.
Like, Age of Calamity is like one of the worst running games on the Switch. Like, I think it drops down to 7 FPS in battles.
Yeah, so I was like, I legit, this is just from the demo. I haven't actually played the game itself, so I'm like,
Like, it hurts to play.
I was like, nah, I'm okay. I'll just. Demicro says that the PC version still sucks of Peace Strikers. He also had a really bad experience with Persona 5 Strikers. He and I shared this together. Got the deluxe edition. Wanted to play it 2 hours earlier before the world, and we paid for it with with all the
Your
issues.
lives.
Yeah.
We
Oh,
said that shit the exact same time.
Yeah.
man.
that was a nice jinx. So what about you, Darkfry? Did you like the performance of the game on the PS5? Did you have any issues or anything like that?
I had absolutely no issues. Everything was going smoothly. Loading screens basically non-existent. Didn't notice any frame rate drops or anything. The only
Sounds
thing
like
that
you
happened.
had a fun time.
Yeah, I did.
You had a blast with the game.
Only thing that happened was there was there was one point where the game, like, I don't know what you call it. It had a loading screen that never ended.
Oh,
Yeah, that
And-
happened. That's normal for the PC version.
Yeah, it was in the Velvet Room.
oh,
And
the one
it
that
was after
loading screen.
it was
that just kind of
after
goes.
what?
Is that the loading screen that goes to the Velvet Room?
No, not the like thorny thing
So
with the
chains.
door. With the door. After you fuse a persona, there's like this point. There's at one point it goes to black screen. After you fuse a persona, the persona appears, says, "Oh, you fused me. Good for you. I'm gonna become your mask now." And then it becomes your mask now and does the animation, and then it fades to black, has a loading screen, and goes back to the fusion screen, right?
Right.
Right?
That loading screen where it just says "take your heart" at the bottom right, take your time at the bottom right or whatever, took forever. It literally never ended, and it was like, is something wrong, and it was after a fusion mistake happened, and I think the game couldn't handle that mistake, and it kept loading infinitely, and it was like, well, shit, I gotta reset the game.
Yeah.
Oh
So
man, that
yeah,
sucks.
it happened once, and that was the only thing that was abnormal that happened in my entire playthrough.
Okay. And music wise, sound wise, dub, you felt everything was good?
No.
The
No, no,
dub,
that was- I'm-
okay,
I'm,
the dub is really
I'm
weird.
walking him into something.
Yeah,
Karasu,
the dub is really weird. It has like weird volume
Mm-hmm.
issues.
I get why, because everyone was recording at home, but like Yusuke is so quiet in the game. Like
Yeah.
there's a time in the first jail when he's like talking and then his voice slowly starts to change.
Yeah, yeah, and same with Ryuji, where his volume, Ryuji's volume ranges are extreme. Like he has both the loudest and the quietest parts.
Yeah, it's
Like in
really
the
weird.
scene, like in the scene where
he says the funny word.
Sophia uses like orders gold,
Oh, right.
and he's like, Send it back. Like he says,
Send it back.
Send it back quietly. And it's like that's good. That was supposed to be quiet because he's like,
Mumbling,
about
like
to break,
ashamed.
and then he cracks into the send the effing thing back. Like,
Oh man, yeah, no, I totally 100% agree with you. That's why I was asking you how you felt about all that, because I was like, this is where I was going with it.
Zenkichi also has a lot of mumbly lines.
Well, I think that was just
Like,
like I don't think it was. I think that was part of his character. I didn't ever notice any like actual issues audio mixing wise with Zenkichi. One I did notice a lot of issues with was like Futaba.
Makoto
She was
for me.
always loud. Futaba
Makoto
was just
from-
always loud.
Yeah, Makoto for me was the opposite. I could never hear what she was saying. I was streaming and somebody was like, "Can you put the volume up?" And I'm like, "The volume is all the way up." I mean, I can't do anything about it. And that comes with optimization as well. The game doesn't even allow you to flip between volumes, which is
Yeah,
a typical. It's really normal for you to be able to flip between volumes, and it doesn't really just allow you to just switch between them. Like, I need the voice to be louder.
Apparently, it does in the PC version.
Yeah, it does in the PC version. You can switch between sound effects, music, and
Why the
voice.
fuck is it not in the PS4 version?
Yeah,
Then?
that's where I was going with that. Neither does the Switch version. That's only a PC thing, which it doesn't even make sense. It's just the volume.
Demicrow is asking if this is the funniest Persona game, and I probably have to say yes.
Yeah, I think so too. I think Sophie and just everybody just has this game is.
I think
good
Haru
time.
is just like
Haru is
peak.
fucking hilarious. Yes.
Yeah. I'm sorry. It's just that
We just despise the police.
What was it? There's a few
Haru,
times
my-
that she says that. and
My
it's-
queen Haru says, "Ah, cab."
My
Yep.
queen.
Yeah. My queen, my wife.
She went
whatever.
from being a wife to a queen.
I mean that's a pretty good.
Call me the Borat, cause she's my wife.
Wow.
What?
Nothing.
It's like nothing.
Nothing at all.
All right.
Nothing at all.
Nothing.
What we're talking about next?
All right. So I was like, I was looking at the thing right now. Actually, the next thing is what's next for Persona. Like,
No idea.
What do you guys think?
Atlas is fucking drunk, and we know it.
I think, I think Persona's gonna take a backseat for a little bit as SMT finally gets fucking anything. Because,
Yeah, like the remaster of 3 is coming out.
supposed to
soon.
come out this spring.
Yeah.
We don't know.
SMT5.
I actually just posted on the account. Find SMT5. Go follow it right now. Not that long ago as well.
Okay.
It's so fucking long. Like it's been 320 plus days since the reveal trailer
Of what?
of Shin Megami Tensei 5 for like the release date of 2021.
Oh, that was in July 20th.
Yeah.
Yeah, I remember that date because it's my birthday. They announced.
Is it really?
They dropped the trailer announcement for Shin Megami Tensei 5 on my fucking birthday. I was so happy. I was like, this is legit the best gift I could have asked for.
My birthday is like shared with my favorite Persona 4 character, so Naoto.
Kanji.
Naoto?
Yeah.
He was
April
like,
27th.
Kanji. Kanji is a good character. I like Kanji. Naoto is probably my best girl. Well, actually,
Obviously.
the
No,
best
she is
girl
best girl.
is hold on.
Are we having
Sorry,
waifu
what?
wars now?
No, we're not.
This is what's
we're not.
next for Persona.
We're not gonna fight over the waifu here. I think you guys are gonna agree. Nanako is best girl. Since
You
in a
can't say it like
special
that.
place
I
there.
You
was gonna,
can't
I was
say
gonna,
it
I
And
was
like
I
gonna
that.
didn't
say
say she
that.
was best waifu. I think she was best girl. She's the best girl in the game.
Yeah.
She's not
But
best waifu.
you're forgetting one person.
Cool.
Kanji.
I still fucking get a kick over that dialogue option where you is like, which girl is the best in the swimsuit or whatever, and the last line is
Kanji, no question.
of course. Kanji, of course.
Yeah, for sure. All right, so you guys don't have anything? The 25th anniversary of Personas this year.
It
So-
is, and I feel like they're gonna do a concert. Like, wouldn't it be the year for a concert? It would be for a Persona concert
What was that?
because
Um,
they did one in 2015, 2017, and 2019. So realistically,
I don't know if Senor Coronavirus
I mean, yeah, you gotta think about
is
that.
gonna you know, make a concert easy
Yeah,
or anything
Yeah.
easy for that
Anything.
matter.
but I mean they're doing one from for SMT.
Yeah, no, they will definitely do something for the 25th anniversary. They already said they
I
will.
hope.
What they will?
I mean
do is-
they said they have plans.
Yeah, so they will definitely do something. What they're gonna do, that's what I'm curious. Honestly, at first, I even made a prediction video about like the crazy stuff that I would like to see and everything. But now I just feel like they're just gonna drop a bunch of ports for like PC.
They just like I'd be okay with that. Just every Persona game's on PC now. It's like yeah, okay.
Just port them well.
Persona 4 Golden was ported very well. Like,
I don't know. I had a lot of issues with Persona 4 Golden on PC.
well, that's
Like,
you.
Oh, see.
Yeah, we're going back to this.
Yeah,
But like,
I installed it. I installed it the other day, so that because I have to replay Persona 3, 4, and 5 and record them so that I have
I
the
have
footage.
Oh,
bunch-
videos.
feel,
I
feel
have a
free
bunch.
to.
I have a bunch of Persona 5 Royal footage just on my hard drive.
I was gonna say, feel free to reach out. I'll definitely. I have a ton in the channel, and you can let me know if you want more. I have a terabyte full of footage.
Yeah.
Oh, nice.
Yeah, just let me
Nice.
know if you guys want to use any.
Gonna-
I have every
Gonna
single.
save me a lot of time.
I have
I have
every single Persona game almost fully recorded.
I have
Wow, nice.
the like I recorded my entire playthrough of Persona 5 Royal, which is like 134 hours. So somewhere on my PC it's on there. Another thing I wanted to mention. One thing I am slightly disappointed with Strikerson, it's the length of the game. Like as we're closing out here, you know, as we close out this fucking 6-hour long stream or whatever, you know, the length of Strikers just kind of felt both short and long. It felt too short, but also too long.
Yeah,
You
I
know?
I think I actually can agree with that. But this, I feel like it was a perfect amount of length, because any longer than that would have been too long, and any shorter than that, you should have make it like too short. I feel like at because I complained about this too, but the more I thought about it, the more I was like, well, there isn't a really, like, if it was 80 hours long, they would have been way too long, and if I made it 20 hours, that would have been too short. Like, it's literally at that like nice sweet spot where you kind of like enjoy the game enough, and like it could have used another 5 hours. I don't know, like if you had another dungeon, but the ending dungeon was only one dungeon, so like the same amount of dungeons, just longer, like regular size, I think it would have
Yeah.
been a little bit better. Does that make sense?
Like, yeah,
Yeah, because the ending of the game is just shit
just-
happening at such a breakneck pace.
yeah. It's just like, okay, so the you hit the climax of the game. Okay, so now there's God, Ceres taking over the world. Oh, there's a giant Mementos is back. It's taken over the world. The gods are angry at you. Oh yeah, Ichinose is evil. Go deal with that. Sophia's trying to hurt you now. Go deal with that. Now she's not. But now she's injured. But now you need to bring her back. So now you need to bring her all the way up to the top of the tree again. But then you need to get blasted back down by the giant ball cube thing of death.
Cube of death.
Yeah, like the whole Ichinose betraying you, and Ichinose being like, "Oops, my bad. Gonna go rehabilitate myself now." Those two things happen within like 30 to 45 minutes of each other.
Yeah.
Right.
And actually, if
Which
you
is
really think
kinda
about
nuts.
it, the whole game happens in a month.
Yeah,
Yeah.
the whole game happens in like just over a month.
Yep,
Which is
Like,
crazy
that's
to
what-
me.
and that's the thing.
What happens? What happens in August in Persona 5?
Well,
Everything?
Futaba is asleep for the entire thing.
Futaba's asleep for the entirety of August, and like
Yeah,
Joker just kind of walks around, picks
Yep.
up, he might go on dates,
Mhm.
might go to a couple movies.
fucking nothing.
Oh man. Yeah, that's one
Anyway.
thing that I mentioned, which I don't know if it's just an extra thing that I wanted to mention. This game has a calendar, but it's not a calendar like in Persona. It's just there.
Yeah, it's just there to keep the like
The feel of Persona,
Yeah.
I guess. Yeah, but it's just really there. It doesn't really mean anything. It doesn't do anything. The dungeons, you can literally go back and forth whenever you want to for like 20 hours in the same dungeon if you want, and not a single second passed in reality, apparently.
Yeah,
Except when it's a
Days-
plot point, then it is. Then time
days
has.
are long in this game.
Like you literally finish a dungeon in a single day in every game, in every single dungeon here. Not even if you want to or not, the game just forces you to.
Yeah,
see that's the canon way of doing the Persona 5
Exactly.
dungeons.
Now is the canon way. All right, guys. Well, I guess, do you guys have anything else? Any final things? We're gonna go ahead and answer the questions here that they dropped earlier, and
I want to go to bed.
you want to go to bed? Yeah, I want to go to bed.
Oh,
too. It's like,
I don't want to go to bed. I just want to like
lay down.
stop talking.
I was like, I'm done talking. No, I feel it, dude. I'm tired. Especially because I did this after working for 10 hours. I literally got off my job at 8 o'clock and I was like, well,
Okay,
it's podcast time and I'm dead.
to digress even more, I was out like eating like a burger outside because like I was trying this new traditional like it's both a fusion of like Japanese and American food. It tastes really weird, and so I looked at the time. I looked at the time. It's like, wait, wasn't I supposed to do something? Like, and then like I ran to my computer, saw I missed like 9 messages, and had a mild heart attack. Oops.
nice.
All right, so final questions. When do you think Atlas will make Jack Frost Jack Frost remake? And would you like a Persona mobile gacha game? So the first question, I'll probably say never. I don't know if they're gonna do another Jack Frost game, unless
Second
it's
question already exists.
Also, there's an SMT gacha game.
No,
Shin
there
Megami
is
Tensei
a
Liberation DX2.
there is
Yeah.
a Persona mobile game in Japan, so it does exist.
Yeah, there's multiple.
In Japan.
Yeah, well, I'm sorry, a Persona 5 mobile game in Japan. There is a
multiple.
Persona. There's multiple Persona 3 games, cell phone games, and there's a Persona 4 cell phone game too. But that was back in the.
Are they gacha games?
No, they're just regular games.
What else?
Do
when
you think
Yeah, no. Do you,
we will ever get a Persona 5 sequel with a turn-based combat, or would they stick with a different genre spin-off? Probably with a different genre spin-offs, unless it's a Persona Q game, which is turn-based.
yeah, and
Honestly,
I
I consider Strikers a sequel, not a spin-off.
Oh yeah,
It's-
100%. He just means with a turn-based combat.
Yeah, it's definitely a sequel, but it's like a genre spinoff. It's a spinoff of a spinoff, which is a spinoff of a spinoff.
That's a spin-off. Yeah.
Like,
If you think
That's
about
a
it,
sequel.
if you think about it, all of this is
It's
like.
it's a
Yeah.
sequel that's a spin-off of a spin-off of a spin-off.
So like the
In
dancing game.
genre.
How about the dancing games? The dancing games are a spin-off of the Persona series, which is a spin-off of the Shin Megami Tensei series, which is a spin-off of the Megami Tensei series. How about that one?
Oh man. So
I didn't know the Megami Tensei part.
yeah, Megami Tensei is like books. They're actual
Oh.
books, and Persona. I'm sorry, Persona. Atlas made 2 games based on those books, and they disagreed with the author, and they kind of broke paths, and they made Shin Megami Tensei as an FU because Shin means new or means true. Like the true Megami Tensei series.
Wow.
I wonder if they're ever gonna be able to make anything with the original Megami Tensei. But I don't even know if they're still in talking terms with the author to like actually make more of them. That's why everything else is Shin Megami Tensei after the yes.
Yeah,
But there's
it-
also these other things like Maijin Tensei and all this other stuff. But I don't know.
Pour one out from Majin Tensei.
Next
Last
question.
Bible. I don't think we have any more questions. Yeah, unless I lost them earlier. There was another one. Oh man, I can't scroll all the way back in the chat.
Feels bad.
Oh shit! I cannot scroll all up in the chat here. Let me see if I can scroll up over here. It's like it was a long time ago.
I wanted to mention, on the title of the stream, did you just completely fuck up and miss Darkfry's name?
Oh, I did.
I just noticed this.
I'm so sorry, Darkfry. I completely
Me-
missed your thing. No, and I thought I did. I really did. No,
See?
you know. Oh, you know what
And
happened?
Karasu.
I know what happened. I know what happened now. David canceled, and I erased it. So I think when I erased it, I completely erased everything.
Feet and
Feet.
Karasu.
I just typed dark dry.
Dark dry. Okay, there's a really weird quirk with my name. A lot of people, when they type Darkfry, they capitalize the F.
Wait,
And
are you
and
not
it's-
supposed to do that?
Okay. Yeah, I thought so. Is that on it? Is that just one word? Dark fry? Is it just one
yeah,
word?
yeah. I don't know why everyone capitalizes it.
Oh well, let me fix that.
Because
now.
it's two different words, and dark
and-
fry.
and it's not that it bothers me or that it's wrong. You can write it however the fuck you want. I don't care. Like I really don't, but I just find it interesting how everyone's first instinct is to capitalize the F.
I think it's the dark fry. Like I think it's just 2
Yeah.
words for them. In fact, myself,
yeah.
I just literally did it. Okay, so questions. I actually finally found them here. So do you think we'll see another Persona 5 game before Persona 6? Yes.
I do think that.
Yeah.
I think we're gonna see Persona 5 Strikers Royal.
I don't think it will be the title,
where they add Kasumi and the fucking
Akechi?
maybe Maruki.
I don't know.
Akechi's dead.
Well, Maruki's not a phantom thief. He's
Yet.
Yet. I don't know. I would like them to do a crossover between the previous Persona games, more than bringing Kasumi or Maruki.
I want Persona Q3.
Yeah, I feel like I will take that. I will be okay with that.
And what would differentiate it from Q2?
Maruki.
Persona 1 and 2 casts.
Oh, that would be
Fuck
great.
yeah.
Actually, I'll take that. I was just like Maruki.
As a very big cast. Like Persona Q2 already had way too many choices for party members.
More.
Okay, the last.
What if they did Persona 1, 2, and 5?
1, 2, and 5. What was that? Sorry, I didn't hear your question right. What was that?
What if they made a Persona Q3 but it was Persona 1, 2, and 5? casts.
1, 2, and 5. Well, that'll be odd. That'll be an odd choice, but I mean, I'll take
Yeah,
it. I'm a fan.
Atlas loves odd choices.
Yeah,
All
like
right.
releasing Q2 on the 3DS in 2019.
With no dub.
Okay. Whoever is like on advertising, in charge of advertising at Atlas is drunk, and very weird, and kind of bad at their job. So anyway,
Okay, so
I
next
digress.
question. You know how Persona 5 Royal, your teammates' personas evolved twice? What if Joker's persona is evolved again in the third semester? I'm pretty sure I've seen transform into Satanael. Well, to answer that question, he does evolve, but his evolved version is under a DLC that you had to pay, my friend.
Oh yeah, Raul.
Yeah, so yes, to answer your question, it does happen. He's just locked into DLC. You gotta drop that
Yeah.
sweet dough to Atlas to
And
get
he's
that.
so fucking cool.
He's so badass. Yeah, I actually love
Yeah.
his design. I just hate that he's on the DLC. Why do you ask? I have no idea. Like why?
And also, how it feels like it should go Arsène, Raul, Satanael. You know, because Satanael is like this huge beast
Huge boy.
that's the size of Yaldabaoth and just shoots him point blank.
With a massive
and-
revolver.
But
Yeah.
isn't not Rahul, but
Satanael.
Satanael isn't he just like conceived by the wishes of everybody in Shibuya?
Yeah, probably. I don't think like it's correct to say that Satanael evolves from Arsène.
Definitely,
Exactly.
I don't agree with that either. It's like in Persona Dancing, in Persona 4 Dancing, Rise forcefully evolves her persona into this massive persona with everybody's wishes.
I didn't know that.
Yeah,
That's awesome.
Yeah, she connects everybody with the power of friendship,
Power of friendship.
and she makes this massive persona that kills this god.
Is there a villain in Persona 4 Dancing?
Yeah, it's another god. Yeah.
It's a Hino Gadazuichi. There it is.
Wow, I didn't know that. I didn't play that game.
Yeah, it's actually pretty fun. The story is pretty fun. I wouldn't say it's good, but it's fun.
All right, I'll watch a playthrough.
So
I want to see that scene.
yeah, I did stream the entire thing. So if you want to check it out, go ahead.
Awesome.
I totally streamed through that game. I think I only played it. I only have 4 parts of that game. It's super short. For final question before we had to head out, because Karasu wants to lay down while I am here. We're here at 1 a.m, wanting to get
Yeah,
some
because
food.
this is getting kind of ridiculous.
It's a 4-hour podcast. Thank you so much for sticking by the way, guys.
This isn't the longest. The longest podcast I've ever done was like 13 hours.
Oh,
It
man,
was
that's-
fucking awful.
oh gosh. Oh,
I was
too
talking
much.
for 13 hours.
The fuck were you doing?
Don't ask.
All right. Well, last
Okay.
thing is, what if in Persona 6 they add characters that act like support characters, and they can do support moves?
Huh?
Like more futabas.
Oh,
And,
more futabas.
No, I guess
And
that would be
more
like
fukas.
having a futaba, but as a playable character in your party.
Maybe
Like a buffer.
Yeah, like an actual designated
two
mule. that
player
buffs.
mode.
So like I guess in Persona 3 who's like a dedicated buffer and stuff.
I guess we haven't really had anybody recently who's just
Well, the main
buffs.
character is dedicated mule buffer.
Oh yeah. Oh yeah. Like you don't like in Persona 3, the way they designed party members in 3 was so unique and great. Like you had Akihiko learning all of the debuffs, I guess learning all of the buffs, and the others being useless.
Yeah. Like Mitsuru learning like mind charge super early, so you just
Yeah.
need
Right. Oh
to,
my
like,
gosh, she
prey
was
on
so
her using
broken.
mind charge Bufudyne and
Yeah.
just kills everything.
Yeah, so basically the party in Persona 3 is Akihiko, Aikis, and Mitsuru.
100% of the time.
And that's all you need.
Yeah, that's literally like you don't even have to think about it. That's those are gonna be your
Like-
party members
Like
unless you're
I
wrong.
use Yukari sometimes because
Yukari
it's like
is-
a healer. And I also use Junpei because I really like him.
Isn't
So
doesn't
got
Mitsuru
me
also
killed
learn
so
healing
much.
skills because
Oh, yeah.
like why not?
Yeah, Mitsuru is the second healer, and the third healer is
Ken.
Ken,
I was
who
gonna
nobody uses.
say Akihiko. He also heals too.
Does he?
Yeah, he does. He has
Yeah.
like one or
I
two
think
healing
I think
skills.
that his heals are more to counteract his own like physical damage.
Yeah, probably.
And then you have didn't you have Shinjiro who's like in the party for like a month and he dies
man,
and there's
don't-
like
Let's not
It's
even remind me about Shinjiro. It's
Oops.
funny because the first time that happened, I was pretty pissed because I was
'Cause you
like, "Where
loving
the
him?
fuck are my items?" I didn't care that happened. I was more upset that I invested so much money on him. I was like, where are all my items?" And they tell you that you can go checking his room and that his items are there. But for
wait, really?
yeah, they are there.
Oh, I
Uh,
didn't know that.
yeah, I was so mad because I spent so much money and time into developing him because he's actually really good. I saw somebody was talking to somebody about getting him up to level 99 on the one dungeon that he's in, and I was like, why would you do that? But I said, I was like, I guess it's a little extra you can do if you're that
It's like
bored.
it's like how strong Akechi is in Sai's palace. Like Akechi just blasts through that entire palace and it's like, yeah, no, I'm gonna take all my best gear. And
And
he's
then-
like he's like, see ya. and then when he rejoins her party in Royal, he automatically just has a better sword automatically equipped.
Yeah, he just has better
rub it in more.
equipment. I was like, oh, fuck you, bro. Yeah, that's why I love playing in Royal because I already knew the twist, and I was like, I'm just not gonna bother using him at all. And then he comes back, and I was like, well, this is new.
Yeah, I use Akechi because I like hearing whenever I summon my persona, it's just like my skills exceed yours.
Oh, dude, I love him in Royal. He's so funny. He had me dying laughing every time. The voice actor did such a good job of kind of like
Robbie
having
Damon is amazing.
evil.
He liked one of my tweets on Twitter, and that's like
Okay,
top
didn't
of it.
he voice acted a thing that a fan wrote
Oh yeah, he did.
about Akechi, and I forgot what it is. I
Song.
forgot what it was.
He sang a song.
oh yeah, you're nothing
Yeah.
without me. It's a
And-
cover actually.
Yeah.
No, and
Was there something else that he
Um,
did?
there were the Persona Awards when
right.
Akechi lost to Naoto, and he like wrote a whole like monologue about losing to Naoto and delivered it in his insane Akechi voice and tone.
Goro.
Yeah, goodbye
Hello.
Goro. Yeah, that. Oh, that was crazy.
The
Yeah.
most guttural scream.
All
Yeah.
right. Well, I think we're good to go here. Did you guys have any final thoughts, impressions, anything you want to say before we wrap up the podcast?
Despite me complaining about strikers a lot, I love the game still. It's still a great game.
Yeah, I still love the game. I did not complain as much as Karasu.
I'm just a pessimistic.
I
bitch.
still like the game. I literally got the platinum for it today.
Nice.
Which, by the way, I really like.
Congratulations.
I really like how the trophy max out all of the bond skills.
A lot of people
That
hated
trophy, that trophy is a clear the game and merciless difficulty trophy in disguise.
That one. Yeah, I agree with you. That's pretty much what it is.
Yeah.
Yeah. A lot of
Anyway,
people were
that's all I have
complaining
to
about
say.
it, and I was like, just play the game in merciless. I made a guide, to help people with the bonds early on. But I'm like, you just play the game in Merciless, you're gonna get all the bonds you need.
Yep.
I mean, it's not rocket science or anything. I don't think any of the trophies are hard in this game. I thought it was a pretty easy. Even though I haven't finished the platinum yet, it is a fairly easy platinum. Very fun though. It's definitely a good game. Somebody apparently I have infamy from being a Persona 5 Strikers lover, according to some Shin Megami Tensei fellows in the community that don't like me too much. I was like, I don't think that's a bad thing, but okay. I guess I'll take it. I like the game. I think it's a good game.
Guilty
I
as-
enjoyed it.
Guilty as charged, I guess.
Yeah, I guess. I mean, I didn't think it was a bad thing. It was like, and I was like, I wouldn't call me a lover though. I didn't love the game. Like, I didn't think it was the best Persona game ever. But it's definitely a good game. It's definitely the best spin-off they made so far, if you want to call it a spin-off. I'm using quotations, but you can't really see my fingers. The sequel spin-off. I guess it's the first of its kind, if you really think about it. Because
First of its kind as to what?
to be the way that they did this game. Like, if you really think about it, the only other example that we have of this kind of game is Persona 4 Arena and Ultimax,
Oh, right.
which is kind of serves as a sequel, but it's also spin-off kind of thing. But then this game is approached very differently from that game. Persona 4 Arena just has a really interesting way of doing storytelling, which is not good. It's still a good story.
That sentence took a turn.
Yeah. I was trying not to shit on it, but at the same time, kind of like, it's just okay, I guess. It's not bad. It's just not good either. I don't know
Yeah.
what to put it there. But I love the gameplay so much of that game. Persona Arena may be my favorite spin-off because I love fighting games.
Make a podcast about it.
Yeah. Oh, definitely.
Yeah, we should make a podcast about discussing Persona 5 Strikers.
Did you say Persona 5 Strikers on purpose? That was an accident.
No, I know what I said.
Okay. I was like, did you say that?
I said what I said.
Yeah, we should make a 4-hour and 8-minute podcast on Persona 5 Strikers.
Let's do it tomorrow.
Yep.
Alright, guys, well, thank you so much for coming by. I had a lot of fun, obviously. Otherwise, we would have not talked for
Yep.
4 hours.
Can-
But,
can we introduce ourselves?
yeah, of course, go ahead. Go ahead.
Hi, I'm the one with the good microphone.
Are you?
Wow, Dark, he died. He died.
Okay. Well, I have been dark.
And now
That
fried.
was me.
That was
And
you.
I am now Fry. Yeah.
Not your fry.
So
You're
yeah,
fried.
I am very pink. I hope you like pink.
Oh, yeah,
We're-
you're...
All of
Isn't
our
And-
your...
profile pictures have purple.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah, I just realized that. Yeah, we're like the purple team. And it's funny because David, who was going to be in the podcast, also has a purple background. So when you look at the
Yep.
thumbnail, like, everybody's picture is like purple looking.
You know, to be fair, I have like 80 versions of mine.
Yeah, and I
All
grabbed
different
that one.
colors.
I grabbed the purple one on purpose. I was like, we don't need to be purple. You sent me a few, and I picked the purple one because I was like, we have to be purple. The purple team.
Purple bros.
The purple bros.
So yeah, check my channel out on YouTube.
Oh yeah, definitely go ahead and
Good.
check out their stuff for sure.
It's good. It's good. I promise. I promise. I put lots of time and love and effort into my videos. That's why it takes me,
Underrated.
like 2 months.
Underrated
them.
stuff. He has
Okay.
some really underrated videos, so definitely check out his stuff. I encourage it and recommend it.
Please
Yeah.
follow my main. My gimmick account got more followers in 6 days than my main got in 2 years.
Well,
Oh,
whatever.
which one out of all of them?
Fine. What do you mean? Like,
Which one
My
got
main
the?
account.
Oh, okay.
Find
No-
SMT5 got like got 200 followers in like 4 days.
Oh, really?
And
That's funny.
My main account has 147, and it's been a thing since November 2019.
Damn. Yeah. You know, for the longest time, I didn't really use Twitter. Like I had it, and I was only using it to share the videos, but I didn't really talk to anybody. But then I was like, I really want to make a podcast with people. So I started messaging people. I was like, well, nobody fucking knows me because I never talk to anybody. So I was forcing myself to comment on stuff to kind of like make conversation. And I'm like, at least I guess people can start to like get to know me or something.
I don't remember how I even came across you.
I don't know. A lot of people bring up some of my videos. Like people just see one of my videos, one of my.
Is the
comments or
podcast
something.
over? Are we just talking?
Oh, we're still the podcast here. If you listen, yeah, we're still talking.
This is as scuffed as one time I tried to end a podcast. But the best way to end it is just to end it abruptly.
I was like,
Yeah.
boop, and then it's disconnected, and that's it.
Yo, you when he said the best way to end it is to just end it abruptly. You should have ended it.
Well, not anymore. Too bad.
Let's try it again.
Okay.
You know the best